I've Got You by Jenny Cater. A BWWM pregnancy romance story from romancely.com.
Chapter 1. Aleshia's fingers clacked across the keyboard. Before her, an article sprung to life, forming from nothingness into something coherent, tight and polished. To her left lay a cup of coffee, almost completely drained. To her right lay her mobile phone, screen lit, which she glanced at every now and then, hating herself each time she did. She waited for pizza to turn up at her door. She knew at this point she was doing little else other than trying to drown her sorrows, though she didn't really care. Aleshia was entitled to it. Behind her formed a furnished, shabby apartment, bare of possessions. Aleshia took exactly one suitcase of personal objects with her on the move. A state-to-state transition from rural Minnesota to the vibrant city life of Miami, Florida. The city itself was intimidating, the exact opposite of rural life, quiet country and redneck neighbors. Aleshia had always been interested in the idea of living in a big city, with everything within reach and an overabundance of different jobs. Her old home left little choice for work opportunity. Either she worked in a shop as a sales assistant, farmer, or waitress, or moved away for better options. Local areas were the bare bones of what a city offered. She had taken to online freelancing, tired of the options but unwilling to move from the area, because her partner had not wanted to move, and because she liked the countryside. There was always a trade-off when it came to living. Either you lived in the country, surrounded by the peaceful presence of nature, friendlier people, or you lived in the smog-choked, noise-polluted city with people spilling into the streets, jobs at every corner, everything you could ever wish for within reach. Her hands formed into claws at the thought of Peter. She clacked ferociously at the keyboard, words forming like bolts of lightning, a snarl on her face. Peter. Fucking Peter. Typos appeared one after the other. She slowed down, correcting them, then gulped the rest of her coffee. Nowadays, any surfacing memory of Peter left her either in a state of incandescent fury, sadness, or extreme apathy. She was past the days where she curled up in the corner, sobbing into her tissues, or whimpering to her sister. She was past his mood swings, his shouting, his constriction of her social life, and the floods of messages left on her phone afterwards, begging for her to take him back. No way was she falling into that trap again. Halfway through the article for her client, the phone rang. It buzzed out the chorus of Journey's Don't Stop Believing. She checked the number, stopped typing, and pressed the accept button. "Hey," she said. "Aleshia. How you doing, babe? All right? Settling into the new apartment, all right? Internet sorted. I sorted it 3 weeks ago, Venise." Aleshia suppressed a burp. "I've told you this already. How's things with you, Dijon and the squirt?" Aleshia's sister instantly brightened up at the subject of her family. Her medium-pitched voice burbled in answer. "Oh, they're fine. Dijon's very busy at work now. It's picked up business. He's getting clients every day. Amy's been asking after you. She wants to know when you're coming over next. Later on, if you want. I've just got this article to finish, and I've wrapped up my jobs for the day. You're at home." "Yeah. Picked up Amy from school. Come have dinner with us. I know all you're going to be eating over there is noodles, burgers, and shit." "I'll have you know, burgers are tasty," Aleshia said. "Nothing like a hot, dripping pizza in the gullet to keep me from thinking about that asshole." "You're eating crap?" Venise's voice was sharp, disapproving. "A lot." "Not much," Aleshia said, suppressing another burp. "Don't," Venise barked. "You cooking anything for yourself?" "I can't cook. You know that. You were the talented one in our family. I know you can do some things." "No, I've not been cooking. Just ordering takeouts." Venise sighed. "Look, if you're gonna eat shit, then come over to our place every day. I'll cook you something good. You can abuse yourself as much as you want, but that baby ain't done nothing wrong." Aleshia scowled. "I wish I could kill this stupid fucking thing. It's part of him. It's a fucking bane on my life. Everything went wrong because of it." "That's no way to talk." Venise's voice continued to crack at Aleshia like a whip. "You know it's not the baby's fault. It never was. That's just you lashing out now. Aleshia swallowed her resentment with difficulty. Finally, she croaked out the words, I don't want to raise it alone. That's why you're here, Venise replied. You stay with us. We'll help you. I'll help you. I always will. But I want you over here later. All right? Okay, Aleshia said. And you block his number. You hear me? You block that maniac's number. I can't. Aleshia hated herself for admitting this. He's the father. I can't blow out the father, can I? He doesn't care about the kid, babe. Venise's words triggered a fresh wave of hate. Aleshia held it back. I know. Damn it, I know. Part of me hopes he'll change his tune. Even though I've fled to the other end of America. I know it's stupid and it doesn't make sense, but I keep having that impression, you know? I can't freeze out the dad. What if he wants to be a part of its life, and he's just scared or something? I understand, babe. Venise persisted in soothing her distraught sister. But I think as long as you keep holding on to thoughts like that, he'll continue to have a grip on your life. You know this. He is not a good man. This is why you came here. And don't worry. We're gonna sort it out together, you and me. She paused a moment. So, I'll see you later? Yeah, see you later. Love you. Love you too. Aleshia hung up. She then went back to her laptop and opened up a file on her computer. Upon it was a collection of poems, personal thoughts and feelings she had felt over the years. Heart crumbling, she opened up her most recently scribbled poem, tapped out in a desperate drunken moment, after an argument on the phone had left her reduced to tears. There is life in me, and it's bathed in hate. I'm sick of all the lies. You should have been mine. But I realized too late. The serpent behind your eyes. She examined the poem, recalling fragments of the emotions she felt. She right-clicked, deleted it, then emptied the recycle bin. A few hours later, Aleshia had finished the article, showered, and prepared herself for visiting her sister, one bus ride away. She checked herself in the mirror, combing back damp black hair into a ponytail that reached the top of her shoulders, placed pale lip gloss on her lips, and reluctantly trimmed her eyebrows. She'd been letting herself fall apart. Recently, she scrunched up the pizza box from earlier and roughly forced it into the trash, and prepped up the bag to be thrown in the dumpster when she left her apartment. 2 plates with matching cutlery and stained coffee mugs congealed in the sink. She puffed out her chest like a frigate bird's, examining her bra, and admitting she probably needed to get one with a wider girth, as it pinched too tightly. She needed a lot of things, in all honesty. New friends, a different way of living her life, and to stop threatening her body to obesity by stuffing it with junk food every day. On the bus, Aleshia stared out the window, noting small flecks of dirt in the corners, but otherwise the overall cleanness of it. Buses in the countryside were much more mud-choked. What surprised her most about Miami was that despite the immense size of the city, with a population of 5.5 million, the air felt clean. Not as clean as where she came from, but there was the faint whiff of salt on the wind from the sea. The atmosphere of Miami felt bright, even though Aleshia had held the misconception that the entire East Coast was prone to bitterly cold winds from the Atlantic Ocean. She imagined sunny summers and shivering winters. Venise chose to inform her that it never snowed in Miami, ever. Sometimes they had snow flurries, but nothing settled. The climate didn't allow it. Dressing up for the cold apparently meant wearing a hoodie over your flip-flops. At first, Aleshia couldn't comprehend that a place in America could not have snow. She did a tiny bit of research and discovered Miami itself resembled more of a tropical zone, ranging from a wet season to a dry season. The proximity to the sea kept the place as one of the more desirable locations for many Americans. For anyone who loved the countryside or ever wanted to live by the sea, Miami was a good place to start. Aleshia should have figured by the pictures she had seen, of breezy palm trees, clear blue waters and bright blue skies. Her view of the East Coast had been marred by her one-time trip to Boston, during a particularly cold slash of wind that chilled her to the bone, and of the people shivering in the streets. The bus stopped at red lights. Heat pervaded through the window, causing beads of sweat to curl down Aleshia's forehead, despite all the top windows being open, and the bus air conditioner cranked at full blast. Some cars chose to ignore the red lights, zipping across the junction. Car horns beeped. People on the streets yelled, some in Spanish. She saw trash collectors taking anything that threatened to mess up the pavements, and two small children depositing their empty cola bottles into a public trash can. She saw a hint of clouds in the distance, floating in from the Everglades, and their bus trundled along a palm-lined road, wide and spacious. They also passed less glamorous areas which looked like boarded-up crack houses and rugged streets exclusively reserved for drug dealers and the homeless. Aleshia at first had come here to escape, to seek comfort in her sister. She had moved nearby to Miami Beach. Traveling to visit Venice meant taking the bridge over from the bustling metropolis, as it constituted as a separate area. Miami, however, offered something more than just a place to run to. She regretted not asking her sister enough questions about where she lived. The sheer diversity of the place, from the rich, shining buildings and beaches the metropolis held to the poor, run-down, poverty-stricken sections of the city fascinated her. It was all fuel for her writing. 30 minutes later, at her sister's house, Aleshia walked into a massive hug by the taller, bustier woman, who also trumped her in age by 8 years. "Little sister, you're earlier than I expected. Come, come. Amy's been asking for you." Inside Venice's beautiful, large apartment, Aleshia kicked off her flip-flops. Her sister lived in the Miami Beach region, and the conditions seemed far more ideal than her place. She also suspected she had less chance of being run over by a crazy driver. "You've started learning Spanish yet?" Venice asked, as Amy spotted her aunt, squealed in delight, and dashed to embrace her in a hug. "Not yet," Aleshia said. "You might have some difficulties staying in this place if you want to make it permanent. We have a high Latin American population." "I work online," Aleshia countered. "I don't have to worry about getting a job in the city. I work good." "You earn that much online?" Venice frowned at her sister, even as Amy began dragging her aunt over to look at the colorful pictures of beaches she had drawn. "Yeah, I'm a copywriter and I do marketing. Work can fluctuate, but I've saved a lot in my account." "Can you afford a place from $1,500 or more a month, plus expenses?" "Easy." Venice squinted at her. "Move to Miami Beach then. Rent a condo. You'll be much better off." "Just so you can keep an eye on me better?" Aleshia smiled at her sister. "Among other things, you're at this moment a single mother, and—" She held one finger up at Aleshia's darkening expression. "You need to accept that reality instead of moping about it. We also need to spend more time working out the kinks. But for now, I want you over here as often as possible. And, if you're interested, we can work on getting you into Miami Beach." Scowling at her sister, Aleshia conceded the point. Venice had always been a forceful personality. She had also been one of the people who knew what she wanted out of life from the start. Aleshia still remembered her sister's warning when she first got together with Peter. "Did you know Peter's been messaging me as well?" Aleshia hugged Amy, stroking her glossy black hair. "He what?" "Yeah." Venice placed hands on her hips, looking disgruntled as she began chopping vegetables. "Doesn't leave you alone, so starts on me instead. I blocked that creep. I ain't hearing it anymore." Although it remained a sore point for Aleshia, again she felt relieved at her sister's no-nonsense tactic of airing out grievances. At home, Aleshia would drown her sorrows, sometimes look through old photos, or stare at her belly, which now began to show the hint of a bulge. First trimester over. 2 more to go. Over bowls of homemade salad, they once again dissected the way their lives had diverged and converged, with the focus of conversation being on Venice's attempts to gently remind Aleshia that she should consider blocking Peter once and for all. A family friend came to pick up Amy and take her to their house, so their children could play together, and it left Aleshia alone with her sister. Both sat at either end of a plush leather sofa, talking in low voices. "We lost you for months, Ally. You stopped calling so much. It was sporadic contact. Mom was going crazy, wondering what was happening to you. I told them you were just holing up in your den with your writing, but there was something more going on. I knew it." Venice reached out to touch Aleshia's knee. Again, Aleshia detected a stab of jealousy inside, looking at her perfect sister. Full lips, high cheekbones, a curvy body, a stunning smile, and a successful family reminded Aleshia of what she didn't have. She wanted the husband, the kid, and a nice place as well. Instead, she had landed with Peter, and a growing life form which she still didn't know if she was prepared to raise, especially alone. The one thing she refused to do, however, was abort it. The tiny nugget inside deserved more than a denial to live, just because one half of what formed it refused to be apparent. Didn't you see any warning signs at all, ally? Didn't he hit you? Yell at you? He only hit me once. Aleshia set her jaw. In the year we were together. The confession made Venise pat her forehead in dramatic relief. If you ask me, you got out of that one just in time. Not just in time, Aleshia said, patting her belly for emphasis. Still might be a blessing in disguise. Yeah, well, we'll see. I can't believe Peter's been messaging you over this. Do you think I'll need a restraining order? Venise laughed into her glass of water. Someone like that isn't prepared to move out of their hometown, let alone out of state. Really, Aleshia, I don't understand what you saw in him. Neither did Aleshia the more she thought about it. The memories of the charming, soft-spoken white man who had once held a place in her heart felt tarnished by more recent, darker recollections. She needed to actively sift through a deluge of twisted, emotionally charged and bitter thoughts in order to once again find the ones that once regarded him as her other half. He was charming, Venise, real charming, swept me off my feet. Handsome, too, in a rugged way. Good job. Nice family. His parents were nice. Perfect gentleman in every way. Her sister nodded in time to Aleshia's meandering thoughts. Fucking bastard, Aleshia said. Venise slapped her sister's knee, generating a pained wince. No, you don't dip and switch subject like that. I'll have none of your whining here. Continue. Leave the fucking bastards out of it. Ow, Aleshia said, rubbing the place on her leg, where a bruise would likely form. Fine. Before he became a fucking bastard, I saw nothing wrong with him. If there were signs or whatever, I didn't spot them. Rose-tinted glasses, I guess. I stopped talking to you and Mom because I wanted to pursue this new interest. I thought now that I finally had a boyfriend, one who seemed genuine and kind after all these years, I could settle, start a family. I wanted it. She laughed, expression rueful. Was a little jealous of you, to be honest. You have it all. Nice husband with a good job, wonderful kid, and a location to die for. I spent all my time in front of that laptop writing stories or hanging out at local bars. Not the best place to pick a good man from. But living with Mom did mean I could kickstart my career. Aleshia glared at her sister when she went to grab a beer from the fridge, teasing off the bottle lid. Venise saw the reproach in her sister's eyes. Just because you shouldn't be drinking any doesn't mean I can't, Venise pointed out. I'm not the one pregnant, you know? That's unfair. Life's unfair. Suck it up. Now, continue. You were jealous of me because I have an awesome life. What else? Venise gleefully chugged down the beer. Aleshia blinked, annoyed and impressed at the same time. Jesus Christ. It's like watching a pelican swallow a fish whole. Shut up. Venise placed the bottle to the side, grinning. So, I didn't contact so much. Then he was asking who I was seeing. Nothing bad, you know. Then he asked if I didn't mind canceling some plans to do things with him. Then he started getting upset if I did things without him. Accused me of cheating on him at one point. So, when I fell pregnant, I thought maybe I could use the pregnancy as a way of proving to him I was committed. Venise's jaw dropped. What? No, that's so bad. I know. Aleshia agreed, grimacing. She had not been thinking too clearly at the time, past the desperate need to please her partner, to realize her dreams of keeping a solid family unit and the successful life she had always wanted, like her mom and her sister. You said it was after you announced the pregnancy that it all collapsed. Yes. Aleshia sucked in her breath. No, she wouldn't allow herself to get mad again. However, the madness beckoned in a tempting manner. How sweet would it be just to give in to that storm of emotion, to howl and beat at the walls with how unfair everything was. A darker voice reminded her of how much she had fucked up by refusing to see Peter for what he really was. The handsome, charismatic Peter, who hid within him a domineering monster. That guilt tripped her, forced her to feel miserable and unhappy, and convinced that nothing she ever did could be good enough for him. She had truly believed that everything was her fault. Even now, his insidious voice scratched at her conscience. Venise spotted the signs. Aleshia, Aleshia, look at me. Both sisters kept eye contact. Remember, none of it was your fault. With a slow, quiet exhalation, Aleshia let go of the boiling anger. I know. It's just hard sometimes to remember that. She tapped her fingers on the armrest. Well, after he tried to say it wasn't his child, and I proved him wrong by having to go to the fucking doctor about it, he insisted I needed to stay at home to minimize risk of injury to the child. Really, it was his excuse to keep me under lock and key. I only found out in one drunken burst of confession that he didn't give a shit about the child. He just wanted me to be in his life forever. He would do anything to have that happen. Even if it meant locking me in the basement. He tried to shrug that off as a joke afterward. But holy fuck, were there alarm bells ringing in my head. That's not including the bells when he slapped you around for going to the shop by yourself because there was no milk in the fridge, right? Aleshia's laugh became scornful. That goes without saying. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Mom handled the aftermath. You probably caught that part. I did. Venise placed fingers over her eyes. She wanted you to come to me before you did something stupid. Like kill yourself. She chugged down more beer. She wanted you to stay with her, but she didn't want you to stay in Minnesota. So, kinda conflict there. I asked him if he wanted anything to do with his kid. The other day, Aleshia said. You know what he answered? The other day? Come on. That doesn't matter. Do you want to know what he said or not? Hit me. He said he would be happy to raise the kid, as long as I got back together with him. Otherwise, I could screw off. Motherfucker. Venise spat. She slammed her beer aggressively on the table. I swear, if you don't block him right now, I'll take your phone myself and do it. Hack into your accounts, block everything. Hire some hacker to do it. Aleshia felt both flattered and alarmed at her sister's reaction. She needed to keep Peter in her life. Not because she wanted him back. She was past that. But because she didn't think her child deserved to never know her father. I was disgusted when he said that. But, do I have a right to stop my baby from knowing him? You should tell the baby his or her father is dead. I'm serious. That is not someone you want in your life. Aleshia sighed. It looked like it would be a while before she could convince her sister otherwise. Or even herself. She patted her stomach as they talked. By the end of the evening, they still hadn't reached an agreement on things, other than the promise for regular visits, and a consideration to move closer. Aleshia needed time to think. If you want more BWWM romances like this, please my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.
Chapter 2. His voice slurred down the voice. Come on, babe. Darling. I miss you. I'm sorry you thought I was being overprotective of you, but you have to realize, it's only because I care about you. In the background, Venise's eyes nearly popped out of her head. The mobile phone lay on the table with speakerphone, whilst Dijon and Venise sat next to each other on the sofa, part of the spectacle. One other person had joined the fiasco as well, Venise's friend Kiera. Kiera had pale skin, short blonde hair, with sharp features that complemented it. She also wore an unbuttoned, palm tree patterned shirt over a plain white string vest, and jeans. Compared to Venise's sleek, polished look and Dijon's comfortable pinstripe shirt and khaki shorts, Kiera resembled a tomboy, or, as admitted by both Venise and Kiera herself, a lesbian. Dijon stroked his wiry handlebar mustache, which had been subject to a torrent of jokes by all three women earlier. I sometimes pretend she's my girlfriend if I'm out and getting unwanted attention, Venise had confessed, the first time Aleshia found herself introduced to the pixie-faced individual. You two should get on. With a lesbian look-alike? Aleshia knew Venise would be fishing for friends for her, but wasn't sure if she liked the idea of the first choice in Miami's vast selection of people to be someone who looked like they belonged in a gay bar. 2 hours into small talk, Aleshia had gotten the call from her ex. After one hurried conference in whether she should answer the call or not, with Aleshia vehemently saying, "No, I don't want him to ruin my evening," and Venise saying, "Let me talk to that fucker, I'll rip him one," Dijon and Kiera suggested it might be a good idea to answer since it was clearly bothering her. Dijon was the one who suggested speakerphone. Kiera suggested they all be quiet during the conversation. All three quickly capitalized on their new planned developments. Aleshia, reluctantly goaded into it, agreed, if only so she wasn't forced to talk to Peter alone, without any support nearby. "If you cared about me at all, Peter," Aleshia said, inhaling long through her nose in a futile attempt to calm herself down, "you would stop doing this. You're trying to make me feel bad, so I will go back to you." "I don't understand," the wheedling voice came back, suffused with hurt dignity. "Can't you see how hard I'm trying? You're the one pushing me away, you're the one rejecting me, and all I'm doing is coming on my knees to beg you to take me back." Quietly, Venise hissed in tandem with Kiera. Dijon, who was taking a hearty drink of Glenfiddich whiskey, clamped a hand over his mouth as he resisted the urge to cough. His face went red with the effort, resembling a walrus. Seeing the others react with amusement and righteous fury on her behalf made Aleshia bolder, more able to drag up walls between herself and Peter. "Is that so? Well, when I was with you, it was like being kept in a cage. You didn't let me do anything in the end. You always got jealous and somehow always made it my fault. You even told me to not look pretty in case other men stared at me." Dijon shook his head, clearly disapproving of the other man's actions. "Dodged a bullet," he whispered to his wife. "Guy sounds like a psycho nut job. Probably tortured little animals when he was younger." "What's that?" Peter's voice came back sharp. "Are you alone?" The lie slid easily from Aleshia's lips. "I'm in a park, Peter. People pass. And don't change the subject. Did you or did you not act like a paranoid, jealous person?" "I didn't," Peter shot back. "Everything I did was because I cared about you. So what if I didn't want men looking at you? That's my right as your boyfriend. I can get jealous of other people because I know I have someone special and I don't want to lose them." Kiera mimed a twisting motion with her finger before pretending to have her throat slit. Venise choked on a silent giggle. The words were familiar to Aleshia. She felt the stirring of negativity in her gut, like her intestines were slowly being sucked into a black hole. It left a lump in her throat. "You don't care about me. You only care that I've gotten away from you." Now, Aleshia. Listen to yourself. You know that's not true. I wouldn't have put up with what I did over the year if I never cared about you. Most other men would have run off. Yet, you tricked me with the pregnancy. Did you ever consider I might not have been ready for that? There was a truth there, Aleshia thought. A small, insignificant truth buried under all the murky times they had spent together. "It's not my fault you chose to not use condoms. I told you I had severe side effects to the pill. You thought as long as I was fresh off my periods, it would be fine. That's not how things work, Peter. You should have found another way to prevent it. It's unfair I have to ruin my sexual experience every time by wearing a condom when there's far more methods available to women. I mean, why didn't you check up to see if there was another pill available? Or got one of those implants? Are you serious? It's not just my responsibility to not get pregnant. It's yours, too. I don't understand why you didn't get an abortion when I asked. I told you I wasn't ready. And I told you I didn't want an abortion, even though I wasn't sure I was ready either. Peter made a sound, as if he was gnashing his teeth together. Look, you stupid bitch. You put me into an awkward situation. It took me a while to accept it, and that's only fair, because this affects my life, you know. But I will look after the baby. But only if you're with me. I'm not going to pay any benefits or anything to a child I don't want. But I don't mind if we are together. That's just how it is. It's your fault you didn't want the abortion, and your fault you don't want to stay with a guy who will protect you. I'm sorry you can't see that. You know what? Fuck off. Don't call me again. Aleshia hung up. Peter, as usual, disrespected her wish and kept constantly calling her, so she turned her phone off to avoid the spam as the other adults in the room erupted into indignant tirades. I'm sorry you don't get me. I'm sorry you don't realize how much I care. You see exactly what he's doing there. That man is guilt-tripping you to the max. He's not sorry for anything. Kiera interlocked her fingers. He's basically saying it's your fault you don't get him. Kiera seemed flabbergasted by Peter's audacity. What do you think, hun? Venise crooned to her husband, who was aggressively stroking his mustache. I think he's a psychopath, Dijon said. Those are manipulation tactics he's giving you, right there. He's mad you got away. He's trying to restore his pride. That's my 2 cents on the matter. I honestly thought you guys were kidding, Kiera said. I thought to myself, that can't be true, no one can be that obvious. Look how mistaken I was. Her deep voice broke into a chuckle. Well, there you have it. My ex, ladies and gentlemen. Aleshia smiled thinly. I would toast to it, but someone doesn't want me to drink. If you want that baby to end up as retarded as your ex, you can keep drinking if you want, Venise said. I'll be judging you the whole way, though. Mood bolstered, Aleshia smiled with genuine warmth. Thanks, guys. If I'd been by myself, I probably would have been crying my eyes out. Instead, I was struggling to not laugh. How do you feel? Kiera asked. I know we did force you into taking the call. You have every right to feel put out for that. I am. A little. But I understand. And it helped. Aleshia shrugged. It gets to me. Block him, Venise said. Now. Again, Aleshia hesitated at the idea of committing to such a notion. I know that would be the wiser option. But I can't help but think of my baby wondering about who her father is. And that it's unfair to deny him the chance to be a father if he changes his mind. Kiera shook her head sadly. I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe he will change, maybe he won't. But from where I'm sitting, I think you'll be better off cutting him from your life. A child will suffer with a father like that. Fuck sake. Aleshia held her head in her hands. I shouldn't have gotten pregnant. I should have been stronger. Insisted he use a condom. Now I'm saddled with someone who is probably gonna grow up screwed because he lacks daddy influence. Or, you could find another man, Dijon said. Venise and Kiera stared at him. You think someone will want to go for a woman who is pregnant with another man's child? Dijon nodded. It depends on the man. I have a friend who has a wife with children from 2 different relationships. despite not having any children himself. He likes the ready-made package. I thought men would be massively intimidated by something like this, Venise said. Oh, some will. Most, if I'm honest. Dijon finished off his whiskey glass. Doesn't mean everyone will. You might be better off not worrying about that. My mom raised me alone. I turned out okay, Kiera stated. Did you? Venise raised an eyebrow at her friend. Aleshia reflected on her mother, Gail. Gail raised Aleshia after the loss of her husband when she had hit 11 years in age. Venise had already moved out by then, with Dijon. Aleshia didn't think the situation applied the same, since she at least knew her dad for a good portion of her life, before he passed away. The child inside her would never know her dad, especially if she chose to eradicate him from her life. Would that be a good or a bad thing? Could you miss what you never had? She imagined her child going to school, a formless, genderless creature sitting behind a desk, being asked questions by the other kids. My dad did this today. Where's your dad? Having to skip out on Father's Day. I keep thinking about how I would feel if I went to school and people kept asking me questions about my dad. Aleshia said. I know it's dumb, but I keep hanging on to those reasons. I don't want my child to have to not know a father. For fuck's sake, Ollie. Venise stepped over to her sister, pressing one hard hand onto her wrist. Get that out of your mind. Stop giving him excuses to stay in your life. Your baby, when you're not saturating it in toxic liquids, will not benefit from a dad like that. And if he does change his tune, if he truly, remorsefully, wants to make up for everything he's done, he'll find a way to prove it to you. But right now, you do not need him in your life. The choice loomed ahead as an awful possibility. She felt like a monster for considering it. Give her more time, Kiera suggested. She's not completely there. She needs more time to breathe in her freedom. I'm sick of him controlling her, even when he's supposed to be her ex, Venise responded sharply. Gradually they steered the topic away from the phone debacle, allowing Aleshia time to process the talk in her sister's words more seriously, and sailed instead into calmer waters. Discussions about Miami versus Miami Beach came up. Complaints about the humid hot weather dominated their grievances, with the winter season being amongst everyone's favorite time. Aleshia smiled and nodded along with the conversation, having her own notions about Miami. She still didn't know if she wanted to make the city, or two cities, as Miami Beach was officially separate from the mainland, her home. She did, however, like the tropical climate. Tropical climate was nice. Less bitingly cold. Aleshia hated winters spent shivering indoors next to a fire as she attempted to work. She much preferred the idea of constant warmth fueling her ambitions of a successful online career. She enjoyed telling her clients or the people she communicated with online that she came from Miami. People reacted with amazement, or gushed about the fact Florida had Disneyland and seemed to have such nice weather. And, honestly, compared to the rural, muddy roads of the place she came from, the brilliant, throbbing life of the city and the beautifully aligned city resort of Miami Beach struck the right kind of chords within. Someone like Peter would never think to move out of the town they were born in. Someone like Peter lacked ambition and compassion for the world beyond. Do you think I should move to Miami Beach, then? Aleshia said, cutting through a preamble of the different types of Latin restaurants across Miami. She chewed her way through a bowl of almonds. Definitely, Venise said. Especially if you're not planning to learn Spanish. That way, you get my close company, you can potentially babysit my child, and I'll be able to help you with yours. Either that, or you go back to Minnesota with Mom and her current new boyfriend. Peter is also there. I wouldn't recommend it. And no, Ollie. I don't think you can raise the kid alone. I could. Aleshia smarted at her sister's assumption. Your self-esteem could be better, Ollie. You need people nearby to remind you and support you, or you'll be hunched up in front of that laptop all day. It's how it is. We'll have to take you to some of the bars, Dijon said. After the baby is born, he added hastily, at Vinny's scowl. You can go to a bar and not drink as well, Kiera pointed out. She graciously accepted a drink of whiskey from Dijon, again making Aleshia think they were all being unfair, drinking openly in front of her, but not allowing her to take any sips, constantly quoting the baby likely being affected by some dire condition as a result of her terrible, demonic drinking habits. I drink a quarter of what my sister does. Hypocrite. We'll see. I know a good realtor, Ollie. If you want to find a good apartment and not that ramshackle place you're holed up in, this man keeps an eye on the best deals. He got us this place. Oh, I'll get the number, Dijon said. I can make a call if you want. Him and me are friends. Go out drinking, sometimes. Hang on, I haven't made any decisions yet, Aleshia said, holding up her palms. I don't mind the place I'm in. Under another flood of persuasion from Venise, Kiera and Dijon, Aleshia conceded to their superior concern and conviction she would be better off near them, and Dijon made the call to the realtor. Taking a leaf out of Aleshia's book, he put his Samsung on speakerphone as well, so they could listen into the conversation. After the normal greetings, Dijon plunged into the meat of the topic at hand. The man on the other side of the phone, a Cameron Lovell, had a wonderful deep voice that made Aleshia pay rapt attention. It was exactly the kind of voice she loved on actors in films. Her sister knew as much, and kept giving her knowing smiles. Hey, man. I was wondering, you got room for any more clients that want to find a nice property to rent in Miami Beach? Cameron responded instantly. Of course. Is this a family friend? My wife's sister. Your absolutely stunning wife has a sister? You never mentioned that to me before. Down, boy, Dijon said, grinning. She's just recent in the area. Looking to move to a location to inspire her writing skills. She can phone me herself. You can give her my number. I'll be more than happy to suggest some things to her myself. She's here in the room with us, actually. I can pass you over. No. Venise barked out the word. My sister has absolutely hopeless taste in apartments. If you start asking her about what she wants, Cameron, she's going to give you answers that will make you want to stab your eyeballs. Cameron hesitated a moment. Am I on speakerphone? Yup. All right. What's your sister's name, Venise? Aleshia. Nice. Hello, Aleshia. I'm Cameron Lovell. Hello. Aleshia Washington, being persuaded to find somewhere decent to live. Cameron chuckled. Get Dijon to give you my number. If you want, I can arrange for some informal viewings within this week. Sales have been scarce this season. The expensive nature of the properties and the restriction of jobs in the resort tends to put people off. That's all right. I can manage. Aleshia found herself smiling at the nonchalant way they talked. She disliked a little of her sister's blatant encouragement. Venise was now miming kissing motions and pointing to the phone and back to her. Aleshia hoped he was married or otherwise engaged. The thought of going back into the dating scene or being exposed to interest again made her feel empty. However, she liked easy conversation like this. Excellent. We can start the ball rolling this week. Be aware. I'm committed to giving my clients the best of what Miami and Miami Beach has to offer. I promise you that you won't be disappointed. So, Thursday? Aleshia blinked. It was Tuesday. Sure. I have nothing better to do, I guess. Oh. Flexible work hours? Or no work? Flexible. Nice, he said. I look forward to it. Does that cover things, Dijon? Also, mate, we have to meet up again. It's been a while. Yeah. Dijon grinned. I've been swamped with work, but we can make it something on Saturday evening if you're up for it. That all right, hun? I'm not your master, Venise said wryly. You can see people if you want. Dijon ended the call, scribbled down Cameron's number and passed it to Aleshia. He's single, isn't he? Venise asked Dijon. I don't know. He was last time I checked. He's a bit of a lady killer. Dijon shrugged. Venise. Kiera frowned at her friend. The 35-year-old sipped a little of her drink, mouth wrinkling. I think it's a little too soon to start thrusting another man on your sister, given what's just transpired this evening. She'll appreciate it in time. Venise waved her friend off. Don't worry about it. This is my life you're casually talking about. Aleshia imitated Kiera's expression. You always barge in and act like you know what's best for me. Have I ever been wrong? Aleshia wasn't sure how to answer that. She knew her sister meant well. And, technically, her sister had never been wrong. Even if she did do most things in her life with the grace of a steamroller. Sometimes, Aleshia in her moodier days liked to blame her sister for her more reclusive nature. She knew, in reality, she chose the more introvert path herself. Venise liked bars and clubs. Aleshia liked writing, reading, and people who didn't talk her ear off. However, it looked like her life would be changing, one giant leap at a time. Despite conflicts the sisters did have, at least Venise cared. Even if she came across as brusque at times. Aleshia had long since grown a thick skin to combat those mannerisms. Otherwise she would have never survived her childhood years. You did not grow up with Venise Dawson, or previously Venise Washington, without mastering the art of combat. It was also why she continually admired Dijon for not only enduring Venise, but marrying her and raising a kid together with her without looking like some battered housewife for all the verbal abuse he must have gotten. Aleshia certainly didn't envy him, having experienced that tongue firsthand for her entire life. Still, she didn't know where to go next in her life. The child inside suggested she had to halt her ambitions, instead taking time out to cultivate it and make sure it grew up in a happy household. The city around her suggested endless opportunity, and the glowing world of the internet revealed a treasure trove worth of jobs and clients for her to slake her need for income. She inhaled the clean, perfume-tainted odor of Venise in Dijon's apartment, the delicate, translucent curtains over the windows, the tasteful furniture that matched the color scheme of the walls, floor, and surfaces. It held a modern, simplistic vibe, browns and blacks and white, whereas Aleshia's current place had flaking walls, and looked more like something squatters would lodge in for short periods of times. Well, the ball is rolling. Might as well follow it to see where it stops. Aleshia smiled, staring at Cameron Lovell's number for a moment. She remembered his deep, warm voice. She wondered what mouth it was attached to, what face. The shadow of Peter remained at the back of her mind, marring her attempt to imagine how things might pan out. Perhaps she should listen to her family. Perhaps it was time to delete his number and move on.
Chapter 3. As the cab driver pulled up outside the condo, Aleshia thanked him, paid, and stepped out. She had arrived 15 minutes earlier than expected, and decided instead to inspect the outside of the condo and the local area. There were hotels dotted beside condos and houses, and the roads were impeccably straight. The strong, pervading scent of salt whipped into Aleshia's nostrils. The sun's heat beat down on her brow, and she took her sun hat out of her bag and placed it on, readjusting her sunglasses. The condominium itself looked whitewashed, as if built out of driftwood, and towered 10 stories high. The apartment she was here to view dwelled on the 4th floor, so she made do with peeking through the windows of the bottom-floor flats. Neatly furnished kitchens greeted her from each window. There was nothing special about it, so bored, she headed toward the nearby beach. The sea swished against the yellow sand, and hundreds of people sprawled out, sunbathing, with quite the large percentage of women choosing to go topless. Venise explained it was quite normal for women to do so. The locals did it without batting an eyelid. It was only the tourists from more reserved countries that found it immensely awkward. Myriad umbrellas dotted the soft sands, and the water sparkled an astonishing light blue, appearing clean and enticing. The more Aleshia stared, the more she liked the sight. Where she was in Miami, the salt came to her on the wind, and she needed to drive out to reach the hotel-riddled beach resorts. Across here, despite Miami Beach being the hub of international tourism, it wasn't nearly as crowded as she expected. What Aleshia imagined would be congested with humans, taking up every available inch on the beach and clogging up the roads with their fancy cars, instead boasted only a moderate population bathing in the sun's rays, paddling and swimming in the clear waters. She wondered if it was anything to do with how expensive the place was, since the prices of the restaurants and local shops made her eyes boggle. Working online granted her flexibility and an up-and-down income, but give her a bad few months, and Miami Beach would be sucking the soul out of her bank account. However, the beautiful weather, which locals complained about, the refreshing air and the constant color and activity on her eyes triggered a wave of inspiration for her writings. Even now, she felt lines running across her head, like wisps of smoke, waiting to be etched onto paper. Wind in my hair / salt in the air. Sun on the sea / words flying free. She played with the words in her head, letting them twirl and dance with other formations, flapping like the pages of a book. That novel she'd been planning to commit to for years had gained a few more pages. She'd actually tried cooking something for herself, though was still paying for the consequence, and was secretly praying she wouldn't contract salmonella, and that her next cooking attempt didn't end up with the apartment in ruins. Peter couldn't cook, either, so they settled for takeouts and restaurant meals every day, or making sandwiches / toast / grilled cheese. The memory of Peter triggered a spasm of anger. She imagined Peter being with her, seeing this sight, all the people soaking up the sun, the neatly lined houses, the almost cloudless sky. Maybe she would say something about how amazing the area was. The return response would be a jab at one of the topless women, a remark about skin cancer and narcissistic, empty-headed women, and a complaint focusing on the humid, uncomfortable weather. I couldn't take him anywhere without something being wrong. He sucked all the inspiration out of me. She basked in the heat, deep in thought, before taking suntan lotion out of her bag, sitting on a bench, and liberally applying it over the exposed parts of her body. Yells of excitement from children drifted to her ears upon the light breeze. Placing the lotion on relaxed her, and drew a few odd stares from a fair-skinned woman walking past, with 2 children. Aleshia identified the look. She'd been asked numerous times why she bothered putting on lotion, because of being black. True, her color had a higher natural skin protection factor, but she could still burn. Damaging skin cells still happened from too much exposure to the sun. A great aunt of hers had died from skin cancer, believing herself immune to ultraviolet radiation. Stupidity cost lives. Aleshia wasn't stupid. She put the bottle away and sat quietly, observing all the different lives before her. I could get used to this, she thought. She liked being able to wear scanty clothing as well, without being stared at as if she was an alien. In Minnesota, normal meant wrapping up in sweaters and jeans every day. Summer, if lucky, meant risking a short-sleeve top, but otherwise, there was no reason to parade around in flip-flops, string tops, and shorts. Now, Aleshia wore a blue top with the pattern of a smiling, black-lined woman on it, along with khakis and sandals. No one batted an eyelid. How tempting would it be to just clack away on her laptop on the beach? Except for that one issue of getting sand stuck in the vents. Maybe if I stop thinking about Peter all the time, I can actually enjoy this place. She patted her belly. It was hard, though, because Peter used to be so sweet to her, so loving and charming. She kept trawling through the recesses of her mind, trying to find any huge clues of his duplicity. Any possessive moments he had could be covered up under the guise of concern and love. People also could get angry. Aleshia was no stranger to arguments shouted out in the heat of the moment, only to have those involved apologize profusely later. Her parents did it. Her friends went through many arguments with their partners. But the baby changed everything. She glanced back toward the condo and saw a man looking around, hands tucked in his pockets. Despite the heat, he wore a pinstriped button shirt with a stiff collar and cotton pants. Oh, right. Aleshia scurried to the man, waving at him to arrest his attention. He spotted the movement, saw her, and delivered a dazzling smile. Aleshia checked out his features as she approached, connecting them to the deep, pleasant voice on the phone. Cameron, right? Aleshia confirmed his questioning look. Sorry, I'm Aleshia. I wandered off because I got here earlier than expected. Hey, no problem. No problem at all. Cameron gave Aleshia a quick once-over as he reached to shake her hand. She noticed the examination in wry amusement and did one herself. Cameron Lovell displayed a radiant smile on faint bulldog-like features, reminding Aleshia of Sean Connery in his younger days. He possessed a grizzled charm and heavy, hooded dark eyes that made him look as though the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Not the sort of features Aleshia imagined she would go for, but they worked well on him. The hint of muscle showed on his arms, in the way his stomach curved from his chest, like a finely sculpted Greek masterpiece. She had to say it. Her brain already ran through comparisons. Your eyes. Cameron Lovell paused, raising one eyebrow. Yes? What about them? Aleshia let out a small laugh. Sorry. I was just thinking I've never seen eyes like yours before. I was aggressively going over descriptions in my head with how I would describe them if I wrote about it. I write, she added, as explanation. Cameron followed her gush of words with interest. Rather than cut the conversation and begin the viewing of the apartment, he said, after watching Aleshia take off her sunglasses. And how would you describe them? Are you a master poet, too? I try my hand at poetry. I wouldn't say poems are my thing. Let's try a simile. All right. Your eyes are wise like mountains. The peaks ground down with the weight of what you have seen. The realtor nodded. Nice. They seem wise to you. Yes. My mom would describe them as weary eyes, an old soul on a young body. She liked spiritualism. I'm liking these descriptions. Maybe you are a writer after all. I'm suitably impressed. He gave a little bow to her, before pointing at the condo, silver keys dangling from his hand. But enough. We're distracting ourselves. When's your next client today, then? Aleshia stepped up behind him as he drove the key into the lock, turning his wrist. Not for another 3 hours. We have some time to kill. I have 2 other letting properties on the list nearby for us to view, so we can get a taste of what it is you're looking for. Following behind the realtor, Aleshia took the time to examine the inside of the condo, with the gleaming white walls and security cameras fixed on the ceiling. They headed to an elevator, which rested on the ground floor. Inside, a mirror faced them, and much to Cameron's amusement, Aleshia took the time to bare her teeth in a fierce smile and run fingers over her eyes and cheeks. Enjoying yourself? Finishing the inspection, Aleshia brushed back wayward strands of hair, affording the realtor a sweet smile. Sure am. The elevator stopped at floor 4. Cameron walked to hold the door open, allowing Aleshia to clop out. Any particular reason you decided to preen yourself in front of the mirror? It's something I like to do. I pull silly faces in my bathroom mirror as well. Aleshia grinned. She debated, before relenting and giving Cameron a further explanation. I started doing this in my last apartment. Woke up in the mornings for my job, rode the elevator down, usually empty, so I would either pull faces for the reflection or make sure I hadn't missed anything. It was kind of my morning and evening ritual. Relaxed me. She gave a shrug. I guess I can understand that. I have a morning ritual, but it generally involves coffee and thumbing through my phone on the toilet. Cameron answered her grin with a wicked one of his own. Oh God, I do that too. Except that's when I plan to shower, but I get distracted by whatever it is that happens to be on the phone. Striding up to room 4B, Cameron unlocked this one as well, keys jangling together. The door groaned open, unveiling a room of dazzling white and yellow carpets and walls. Aleshia glanced around as Cameron started the typical introductions, indicating where the lounge, kitchen, bedroom, and bathrooms were with a sweep of his arm, explaining that the owners of the whole building were an elderly couple who lived in the Bahamas. At $1,500 a month for a two-bedroom place, it wasn't the cheapest, but certainly not the worst either. However, even as Aleshia smiled and nodded, nothing stood out to her. It looked nice, immaculately so, but it felt soulless to her. Cameron Lovell detected the disapproval in her face, saw the way she slowly inspected the rooms. Not up your alley, I take it? Not really. It's nice, but it doesn't do it for me. I mean, I like the view. I can see it's kept well. It's just missing something. Like I'm not the first person to go running to when it comes to choosing things, but I don't think this is it. Ah yes, Venise warned me about that, Cameron said. She told me you had the worst taste in things anyone could ever comprehend, and she wouldn't let you touch a box of paints and color in her walls at any point. That sounds like her. Next apartment, then? Sure. Aleshia smiled as he gently guided her back through the door, closing it behind them. The journey to the next place took 5 minutes, with Aleshia being shunted into a classic Chevrolet Impala. Class of '71, Cameron stated. Rebuilt engine and interiors had new leather seats, but kept the body the same. My dad's a mechanic. He loves tinkering with cars. Aleshia took the time to admire the dark blue body of the car, the elongated hood, and the black upholstery inside, giving off a distinctive, leathery smell. She liked the way the seats creaked under her, the same sound her leather gloves made when she flexed them or rubbed them against her palms. The next apartment again offered a similar layout. The views were almost identical, the decor focused instead on greens and oranges. Pictures hung on the walls of beautiful landscapes from around the world. Again, Aleshia didn't feel any pull or attachment to it. I'm sorry, could be that I just won't find anything so amazing, but I can settle for one of them, just so my sister isn't going to keep kicking me up the ass every second until I'm near her. Cameron seemed a little put out by the fact she was showing no interest. We'll take you to the next one. However, I fully expect to deliver you something you'll love. It's my job to make my clients happy, not just hoist on them something that's kind of okay and then they throw money at me. Onward to the next property. If you say so, Aleshia said. I just don't find this kind of thing interesting. My sister, now, she can spend hours in a shop. It can be hours hunting down dresses and shoes, or one afternoon picking out the perfect color to decorate her bedroom wall for the 5th time. Since she likes shaking things up, I think she uses the excuse that it's all to do with feng shui, or something. Ah, is she the type who moves the position of her bed every 2 weeks as well? She's exactly that type, Aleshia laughed, as they walked out of the building to Cameron's Impala, once again flumping out on the seats. A glare of sunlight forced her to slide her glasses back over her eyes. She didn't like going to the apartments and staring at them, trying to come up with comments that made her sound like she might be slightly interested in them when nothing grabbed her attention, and she would rather just go home and work on more marketing reports and that new novel she was halfway through editing for a client. However, she did like talking to Cameron. Conversation flowed easy and fresh like a sea breeze between them. The last place was yet another towering condo. Miami Beach saturated itself in them. They rode up to the 9th floor and entered a huge expanse, as the whole floor was dedicated to one apartment. Aleshia liked the space. Again, she disliked the modern, sleek designs, as if everything in the interior modeling had been organized on a Lego board, with everything placed at the edges. The color scheme focused on beige, black and white. Simple, clean, spacious, well-lit, and lifeless. uniform, entirely conventional. For $2,300 a month, Aleshia didn't think the apartment deserved it. Please don't tell me you have no interest in this one, either. Look at the kitchen. It's huge. You can have all the room you need for some great cooking events. I don't cook, or I can't. Put me in charge of a kitchen, and I'll burn it down. Are you serious? Cameron let out an irritated grunt. What about the bathroom? Bad design. Aleshia pointed out the shower and glass wall's proximity to the toilet seat. Bet you that will get splashed by the shower each time I attempt one. 15 seconds wiping down that seat is 15 seconds of my life wasted that didn't need to be every day. Wow. And I thought Venice was bad. Cameron grinned. Perhaps you two are related, after all. You can't live with the devil without obtaining some of their traits. Aleshia agreed. But I'm a much nicer person than her. Is there anything about this property you like? Anything at all? Cameron took on an almost pleading tone as they made one more circle around the apartment. I like the view. I like the space. It's nice enough, I suppose. I just find it boring. I'll be honest, Cameron said. You're probably not going to find much better design-wise than this. Unless you want to consider buying a place here, then we have more properties to look at with more unique designs. If that's a desire of yours. I don't really know what I want, Aleshia admitted. And that's the problem. I moved here more on a whim and because my sister was here, rather than because Florida happened to be my dream state. You like Miami and Miami Beach, though? How long have you been here? About 3 weeks. That's not long. Just moved into town. Cameron brushed his shirt, capturing small particles of dust. How are you paying rent? Month to month. So I can leave with a 15-day notice. Why not move in with your sister temporarily then? Until you get a place? He stood by the kitchen unit, arm leaning on the breakfast bar. You have seen my sister, right? No way would I be able to concentrate on working in that household. I'm better off where I am. Cameron nodded. All right, makes sense. Tell you what, though. Are you interested only in rentals, or would you be looking to buy as well? Aleshia considered the notion for a moment. For me, it doesn't matter. I'm not sure about putting down roots so soon after coming here, but I also like the place. I really do. It's a lot different from Minnesota. I came from Plymouth. Cameron gave a low whistle. Wow, you've sure come a long way. That's a pretty drastic change. Lifestyle, climate, everything. I wanted something different. Venice always harped on about how amazing her life was ever since she moved to Florida. Packed it up and came here. Wanted to know someone if I was going somewhere. Of course, maybe it will be better for you to get an apartment then. Buying something so soon is a big move. I have enough money for a deposit and then some. I might like the idea. Getting a house. The more Aleshia thought about it, the more she liked it. A house would be far more stable to live in, without the whims of leasers harassing her, and places where she wasn't allowed to decorate to her whim. It would also be something stable for her child. Living near her sister, in a house she had bought, without any fear of being kicked out. Having something solid and hers beneath her toes. Miami and Miami Beach could be the place. She could also sell the property if she ever decided to move. Cameron observed her contemplating, and again gave her figure a sly examine. If you need more time to think this over, we can reschedule for another time. There's no rush. You can talk to me as well if there's anything you're unsure about. I can help with that, you know? Thanks. Aleshia gave him a grateful smile. Big decisions to make, it seems. We can meet for drinks tomorrow if you want. He kept his tone casual, leaving no obvious inflections. Talk more about it. Maybe it will be better to talk in a more relaxed environment than by visiting properties. You would do that? Aleshia stared at him in astonishment. Of course. Dijon is a friend. And I like you, so I don't mind helping out a little extra. I'm not as busy as I could be in these months, truth be told. That would be really helpful. I need some help deciding what I want to do. I'm clueless on these matters. Still trying to figure out the next direction in my life, I guess. I know a good bar. Fairly quiet. Underrated in downtown Miami. Friend of a friend owns it. Do decent food there, if you're into Mexican spices and don't mind the accident that happens in your intestines the next day. Aleshia laughed uproariously, tilting her head back. Oh God, I can probably survive that. Us blacks have better spice tolerance than you whites. It's on, Cameron grinned. He reached out a hand for another shake. I can't show you any other properties today. My time's a bit pushed now. Do you drive? Yes and no. I don't have a car at this current moment. I can drive you part way to your home then, unless it's within a 20-minute drive. That's including the traffic. Drop me by the bus stop near the bridge. Should be fine. I'll see you tomorrow then. Cameron nodded, leading Aleshia to his car. Yep, look forward to it. Aleshia scrambled into the car, wondering about her decision. Although Cameron offered the drinks on what seemed like a purely friendly basis, and she had accepted the drinks, also on a purely friendly basis, she also knew she was opening herself up for flirtation. She knew she would have to tell him the truth tomorrow. About her pregnancy, the run from her former boyfriend. She didn't relish the idea because she enjoyed the talk they had now. However, she couldn't lead him on. She toyed with the possibility all the same. I'd be able to hide it about a month tops, before my pregnancy starts becoming obvious. She looked down at her covered belly, not yet obvious enough for people to point the finger. Fairly pointless to not mention it when he can see for himself in a few weeks' time. And, do I even want to pursue the possibility of a new relationship? She chewed her bottom lip. She would have, if she wasn't pregnant. Cameron seemed interested in her, and it flattered her to have such attention from a handsome man. An uneasy feeling persisted in her stomach for the rest of the day. Hey there, did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story.
Chapter 4. Quiet chatter filled the establishment. Quaint, decorated with a rustic, driftwood air, and owned by what sounded like a British couple, the Wayward Boot hosted Cameron and Aleshia as they went through drinks. The homely atmosphere appealed to the freelancer. It reminded her more of the woodlands nearby where she once lived, of the cabins she lived in during family camping trips in the summer. Fitting in theme with the bar's name, or as the British couple referred to it as, their lovely little pub, boots littered the mantelpieces, were strung on the walls, or painted into pictures. Varying from bronze and iron-worked ornaments to actual boots, which also doubled as flower pots and cases, Aleshia thought the scheme of it was fantastic. Cameron sat opposite her, smug in private triumph as he saw her surveillance of the bar. One group of friends sat around a table, playing with cards. The modern style isn't for you at all, is it? Cameron said, as he drank their way through a Lef, a Belgian blonde beer. You prefer something more traditional. I think so. Aleshia drummed her nails on the table. She had painted them with a light pink varnish, not wanting to go overboard or make it seem like she was trying to lure Cameron into her bed. Her outfit of choice was a spaghetti string sundress, with dark blue prints on it. A hint of cleavage revealed itself, but not enough to have men throwing their eyeballs her way. She bared a fair amount of leg as well, and one small cut on her knee from a shaving mishap. She also wore a sapphire necklace, a gift from her mother for her 13th birthday. It twinkled in the soft lighting. I mean, I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but this place is fantastic. I really like it. I would live somewhere like here. Even with all the boots? He said, picking up a beer mat with a picture of laced-together army boots. Graffiti on the mat displayed the engraved words, Ben, from Spain. A ceiling fan above them spun, delivering a gentle breeze in the warm evening. Especially with all the boots. They have a theme, they're sticking with it. It's not boring. It makes you look and pay attention. Because who would think of decorating a bar with random boots? It's brilliant. If you say so. Cameron Lovell still wore the smug expression. I suspected you might like something like this. You get modern bars, rustic bars, and then you get the quirky ones. This one even serves food. You can get Mexican chili or burritos here, or you can go for traditional oven dishes. They have something here called shepherd's or cottage pie. Delicious. What's that? Aleshia asked, delving once more into the easy rapport they shared with each other. She found herself liking Cameron more and more when they talked. Venise, when hearing about the proposed meeting for drinks, was beside herself in excitement, insisting that Aleshia got everything waxed and wore her special perfume, which was apparently guaranteed to immobilize a man with lust. Any protests of "we're not going on a date, we're just meeting up to discuss more about what kind of properties I might like," fell on deaf ears. Aleshia barely managed to convince herself. She couldn't deny the possibility either that Cameron gave her looks suggesting more than a passing interest, or that part of her had accepted the invitation because of how close it would be to a real date, if not being one in disguise. She also couldn't stop that peculiar craving to continue indulging his attention. She liked it. She liked that she could receive such open admiration for her body, without Peter growling in the background, delivering some kind of cutting remark that brought her down to the mud. "It's an English dish, last time I checked. A meat pie with either lamb or beef, topped with mashed potatoes and sometimes, if you're feeling adventurous, cheddar cheese. If you're hungry shortly we can order some. I'll pay. Because I'm a gentleman like that." "Thank you." She flashed him a beatific smile, taking the liberty to stretch her arms. "Though that does make this sound more like a date than a social outing." "Well, I'm happy to see where it goes," Cameron replied. He gave a roguish wink, a mischievous smirk curling up his lips. Tiny moths fluttered deep in Aleshia. "But first, properties. Would you want to buy a place, rather than rent? Or do you not care, or do you want to focus on renting?" Aleshia stared at her foaming beer. It had been sitting there full the entire night. "I'm leaning more towards buying something. I've done nothing but scrimp and scrape from my years freelancing. I did it all the way through my former jobs, trying to net myself a career in marketing and editing and writing. Succeeded. I'm not on the big bucks, but I have enough to call a place my own. I think." She played with her empty bottle, under the watchful fascination of Cameron Lovell, sitting there in his immaculate pants and cream shirt, the hint of a beard showing upon his sharp features. The first button of his shirt lay unbuttoned, and she saw no chest hair poking up from it, making her wonder if he shaved there or not. "Could you afford 20% deposit on a $500,000 property?" Aleshia paused. "Set it on 400. That would be my bar. I can also bully my sister to help out, though I'll be in debt for the rest of my life. And if we're looking for properties, I'd like something that has a similar feel to this place. Not fancy and modern. Cozy and snug." Cameron Lovell gulped down the rest of his beer, before calling a server over to ask for another round. He hadn't noticed Aleshia's untouched beer. He also asked if they could try out the cottage pie the bar cooked. The server agreed, and scurried away to get things sorted out. "I can work with that. Though don't expect any penthouses in your future. Those tend to sell for way too much." "I can live without," Aleshia said with a faint smile. "Thank you for your help on this. I would be completely lost without some sort of guidance. Or shacking up in some other crummy apartment." "No problem. I'll check my clients. I'll make sure to find you the dream property that'll make your eyes pop out in amazement. You'll be falling all over my feet thanking me and how amazing and helpful I've been." His voice dipped, turning noticeably seductive. More of the fluttering gave way in Aleshia's stomach. She struggled to hold his lingering dark eyes with hers, without flushing in return. "I sincerely hope so," she said. She felt wretched, all of a sudden, realizing she liked Cameron a lot. Forks and knives were placed on their table, wrapped in a serviette. Food followed shortly afterward on white porcelain plates. Aleshia eyed the cottage pie segment, noted the creamy, buttery richness of the mashed potato hidden under the brown speckled cheese, and the way the meat sauce dripped enticingly, with small chunks of vegetable trapped between the mixture. It also came with a side helping of peas. "Since we're getting on so fine, let's swap a few questions around. If you're up for it." The cheeky grin made Aleshia's heart melt and thud painfully at the same time. "Ah," she sighed. "I might be able to answer you some of those. But I want to start." She wanted to lead him away from the inevitable questions for as long as possible. She wanted to preserve the moment they shared together now, as it made her feel happier and more purposeful than she remembered feeling since Peter. Peter crept into her head like a poison, reminding her starkly of his number still preserved on her phone, sitting in the memory like a cancer. Go for it. Have you ever felt like your life has been without purpose? Aleshia was not sure what made her say the words. She originally planned on asking something more innocuous, less personal. However, her mouth ran separate from her brain, digging straight into a topic that had sunk itself into her consciousness. This was a question she often asked herself. Cameron seemed momentarily surprised by the question, but quickly recovered. "That's one way to go out swinging. You plan to answer?" Aleshia tucked into her food, testing with her tongue to detect if it was too hot. She blew on the morsel dripping from her fork and chewed, liking the contrast of flavors. Cameron gave a nervous chuckle. "Well, I could say that I feel that a lot, yes. I imagine everyone does at a point, though." "I feel it all the time," Aleshia admitted. "By all accounts, I could be considered successful. Decent job with flexible work hours, a place to live, a sister and mother who love me, and it can only get better. Yet, I feel like there's something big missing. It's a gap. A kind of nothingness I can't explain. Though I've tried. With bad poetry and all." The realtor followed her words intently, hanging on to each syllable. "I know what you mean," he said slowly. "It's not a nice feeling, is it?" Aleshia stared at him sympathetically. The writer in her itched to get into his personality, find out what made him tick, and she spotted things clicking in his expression. "No, it's not. I do feel that a lot. I also feel like I don't have a right to think something like that, since obviously I'm a lot better off than others." Cameron Lovell's lips dipped into cautious sadness. "There is always someone worse off. People who will flay you apart just to have a taste of what you have." "True." Aleshia continued eating her cottage pie. Cameron, who had ignored the food previously, blinked into awareness and picked up his fork and knife, taking apart the pie segment. "Doesn't take the feeling away. Just means you shouldn't talk about it. So it sits there." The realtor delicately picked at his food. "You say you've written poems about it? Why don't you recite one? Over food? Do you want to be put off the food or something?" Aleshia said, blushing, considering if she should pretend she didn't remember any of her poems. "I remember them all, because they're a part of me." "Go on. I'm curious now. Give me a taste." He relaxed in his chair, angling his legs wider apart. Shyly, Aleshia cast through her reservoir, locating a poem written 5 years ago. It was one of her more private ones, words she hadn't shared with anyone before. She swallowed, breathed, and recited the poem. "There were many things I wanted to do. Many dreams I dreamt. Many words I thought about you. All circling in the graveyard of my mind. I can't explain you. What you're doing here roaming. Taking the edge off my success. Making everything cast iron gray. Does the path lead to or away? I'm still searching for a purpose. Floating in that dark sea. Pretending I'm happy. Ignoring the little voice that screams. Silence fell between them, though quiet conversation persisted with the others in the bar. The poker table had one person exclaiming in disgust, their double pair trumped by a royal flush. "That's pretty heavy," Cameron eventually said. "I'm not a poet myself. Putting words together in that fashion isn't something I can do." He was at a loss. "It makes sense to me. I've felt that." Aleshia felt some of her awkwardness peel off. "I'm glad it makes sense. I wrote that a while back when I found myself stuck in a routine, doing nothing exciting or meaningful. I don't write poems that often, but sometimes I find them best to express certain things." Cameron Lovell nodded. "I get it. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. It's beautiful. I would like to hear more of your poems." "I wouldn't recommend that. They're the kind that can suck the light out of a room, since they tend to be written at peak emotional climates." Aleshia rested her fork on the plate and interlocked her fingers, rueful. The vulnerability felt from delivering the poem died down, instead replaced by the sinking feeling. Damn it, Cameron Lovell really was someone worth considering as boyfriend material. Sparks grated in their words, in the careful, admiring glances they gave one another. There was something tangible here. An attraction she could almost touch. Out of all the worst timings the universe chose to shunt her way, this had to be top of the list. The image of a moth, circling closer and closer to a flame, breached her thoughts. She battled it out of her mind, but not before the moth's wings touched the edge of the fire and crackled up like dried leaves. Peak emotional climates. Nice phrasing. Cameron tasted the words. Perhaps you're right. I came here to talk business, and a little extra. But I can't say I regret the detour. He smiled at her, as if seeing her in a new light. I don't recall your sister ever being quite so poetic. She's the loud one. She used to think she could win her arguments against anyone by shouting at them louder. You should have heard some of the screaming discussions she had with our parents. She learned better volume control later, though. Aleshia forced a smile, but waited, heart heavy, for the inevitable question. So, I have to ask, Cameron said, leaning forward, eyes raised, making his forehead crinkle with jagged lines. Are you single? I'm really enjoying this evening. More than expected, and that's been hovering in my head for a bit. Fragments of her heart started chipping off. I'm single. Cameron saw the dismay in her eyes, heard it in her voice. You don't sound so happy to admit to that fact. Puzzlement appeared. I thought. You seemed interested. I'm sorry. I went beyond myself. The excitement in his eyes faded as well. Sudden tension formed in the air. No. I'm the one who is sorry. Aleshia had no idea how to explain it. The words filled up her throat like vomit. It's just, I've been enjoying this evening. Enjoying you. I'm glad you'll be helping out with the property hunting and with all the effort you've put into arranging this. And believe me, I wish I could start dating you. I'm feeling something. A spark. But I've left quite a mess behind in Minnesota and brought a little of it here. I can't drag you into that. Cameron Lovell stopped eating his food completely. I'll bite. What is it that makes you single and yet not able to consider a date? Aleshia appreciated the bluntness, the dispassionate tone. She suspected somewhere that Cameron Lovell had been rejected a few times before in damning manners from the lovers of his past. I came to Miami to escape my controlling ex. Aleshia deliberately didn't look at Cameron Lovell's haunting dark eyes. I still have his number on my phone, though my sister and her friend tell me daily to block it. And they're completely right, but I haven't been able to bring myself to do it. So, it's too soon for me to go into one. The guy I select might be nothing more than rebound material. The attraction I feel at that point could be just out of a longing for some sort of attention. Okay. Cameron digested the words. He took his time to answer, wanting to give Aleshia fair judgment. I understand the rebound thing. That's something that can be solved with time. I also get maybe you can't erase someone out of your life who has been a part of it. Is there more? The other thing, which will be the massive elephant in the room, is that I'm pregnant. The atmosphere turned icy. Pregnant? Cameron repeated, consternation on his features. Yup. I moved here because my sister could help support me, and because there was no way I could stay around Peter. My ex part of me thinks having the kid is going to wreck my life, the other is going, fuck it. May as well try. I see, Cameron responded stiffly. A long, awful silence, like a chill wind sweeping over their skin passed. Does your ex want the child? No. He doesn't give a shit about it. Did you intend to have it? No. Aleshia sighed in irritation. She saw the prospect of their blossoming friendship vanishing under the heavy rock of her recent past and upcoming future with the child. I'm allergic to the pill. And he insisted he wouldn't wear a condom because it made the sex less pleasant. She gave a bitter laugh. He also thought I couldn't get pregnant if he pulled out in time. I knew otherwise. But I wanted nothing more than to please him. So now, she patted her stomach. I'm going to be paying for that mistake. She knew she was overkilling it with the words, but couldn't stop her need to explain, to tell him why everything was so fucked up. Cameron's lips thinned. Looks like it. And it's a shame. I like you, Aleshia. I do. I hoped maybe we could try our hand at dating. With your permission, of course. But I don't think somehow I can be dealing with a kid. It's a lot of responsibility. Sudden responsibility. I hope you understand. His eyes stared at her blankly. His voice came out cold. Believe me, I relate to the term sudden responsibility only too well. Crimson flushed across Aleshia's cheeks. She struggled hard to not cry. Drat. I really fucked up. And just when I met someone who I actually like, too. She drew back her tears with a sniffle, noting Cameron's darkening expression. She understood. She wouldn't want the person she was facing to suddenly burst out in tears. With her heart still raw from Peter and crumbling from the realization she couldn't date, or perhaps be part of that life ever again, the facts stung. Ah, well. I'll have to deal with it. Thank you for the nice evening. It's been the most fun I've had in a while. Yes. Cameron pushed his plate aside. I've liked it, too. I'll be looking for the property you need tomorrow. Hopefully I'll come up with some good results for you. You probably could do with finding something stable. His face, hardened with the mask of caution, then softened. Thank you for being honest. It's not like I can hide the pregnancy for much longer. I I liked this. I wanted to preserve that memory in my mind. The feeling that someone could like me. But it was unfair to you. I probably shouldn't have agreed to this. Aleshia huffed again, standing up. The food tasted like dust in her mouth. She didn't have the stomach to take it down anymore. Don't be, Cameron said, though his voice suggested otherwise. Time wasted. I wasted this man's time. I'm wasting my time, deluding myself. For what? What do I think I'm going to achieve out of this? To his credit, he placed down the money for the food under his plate and held out one arm for her to take. A surge of gratefulness went through Aleshia, even as she checked surreptitiously the other members of the bar. She expected him to storm out, and who would blame him for the gesture? Instead, he at least let her preserve some shred of dignity in the bar, and they exited, without much attention drawn from the patrons. The drive back home occurred in silence. The dream Aleshia dared herself to imagine for a moment lay shattered at her feet, swallowed up by the darkness. He saw her off, made sure she reached the front of her apartment block safely, then zoomed away in his Chevrolet Impala. She saw a possible future vanishing away with his wheels as well, and never in that moment did she find herself hating the tiny life inside her more. Inside her apartment, sat in front of her laptop, which had been on standby, she fought to control her livid emotions. It wasn't fair. The life inside her couldn't help doing what it did, growing and growing. It didn't know it had a mother who hated it. Aleshia breathed deeply. I'm sorry. This isn't fair. It's not your fault. I'm sorry. She tentatively patted her stomach. Although she thought the words, the fury remained. She kept up the stream of reason. I don't hate you. Not really. I just hate the situation. Things should have been better. I don't hate you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The tears fell at last. She kept wiping her cheeks as she sobbed, but the tears refused to stop. I'm sorry.
Chapter 5. Do you know any other good estate agents? Aleshia waited for her sister to reply. She'd been up since 7 in the morning, deliberating on her next course of action. Although Cameron insisted to her he would help search for a place, Aleshia didn't want to see him again. She hated replaying the frozen disapproval of last night, of being hit with the reality that she couldn't flirt or admire attention to such a degree without due consequence. She had responsibilities. It didn't matter if they were unwanted. She should have kept things purely professional and never even hinted of her interest. Hell, she probably should have confessed instantly she was looking for a place because she was pregnant. It would have restricted their interactions to a more professional air and less of a friendly, hopeful tease. I know of other estate agents, yes? Venise said slowly, registering the implications of what her sister said. What brings this on? Aleshia played with her bowl of cornflakes, long since soggy from exposure to milk. Her laptop was open on one of her editing tasks, with Excel track sheets of her marketing projects on a separate tab. I think I need to see more options is all. I didn't like the properties I saw when I went with Cameron to them. Girl, you wouldn't know a good property if it slapped you in the face, Venise countered. This is nothing to do with the property. It's to do with Cameron himself, right? Did the drinks not go so well? No, Aleshia admitted. They didn't. Tell me more. Unless you'd rather say it in person. The spoon dripped milk as Aleshia raised another wet pile of cornflakes to her mouth. She wiped grit from her eyes with the other hand, congealed at the corners from her crying session last night. After we talked about, properties, because the bar we went to was real nice, and I was thinking I wouldn't mind a place like that as well. He started asking if I was single. He was intending to ask me out on a date. Venise. I liked the idea a lot, but, I think I can see where this is heading. Go on. Yeah. I spent too long dodging the elephant in the room. the pregnancy and the recently estranged ex. So when I did drop them into the conversation, it was like the Berlin Wall had suddenly sprung up between us. Our evening ended very shortly after that. Bastard. Venise hissed in defense of her sister. I don't care if he's Dijon's friend. When I find him, I'm gonna strangle the living daylight out of him. Oh, come on, Venise. What would you expect? I mean, if I found out my potential date was pregnant and still had the number of their ex on their phone, I'd be running out the door screaming. You told him about having the number? For fuck's sake, you idiot, you shouldn't have mentioned that. Like, there's some things that need to be said. That isn't one of them. Also, why haven't you deleted it already? Stop. I know. I can't. Okay. I just can't. Stop bugging me about it. Venise drew in a sharp breath. Aleshia pictured her grabbing painkillers from the tabletop, ripping them open to swallow and calm herself down. Whenever Venise reached a high-stress threshold, she resorted to pills. Sure enough, Aleshia caught the distinctive rustle of material and the thud of glass touching a solid surface. Fine, Venise eventually said. Part of me hoped maybe you could talk to someone nice and not a complete controlling asshole like that scumbag Peter. Dijon was telling me that his friend was having some difficulties in his life with commitment and so on. Said he was likely to go through the rest of his life perpetually and depressingly single. But perhaps pushing him on someone who has some commitments of their own to sort out isn't the wisest option. You can say that again. Aleshia felt sour resentment at her sister and a small stab of jealousy. Venise took things for granted at times. She was just so supremely confident that her plans could never go wrong, that nothing she ever said or did had any faulty logic or reasoning behind it, that it galled Aleshia. What made matters worse was Venise usually turned out to be right as well, so if you didn't believe her on something the first time, she would then gloat about the fact she was right for days. Weeks. However, he will find you a good property, and that is the reason why we sent him your way in the first place. Just stick with him, all right? No, I don't want to look at him. Can you just forward me to a good agency? Venise remained silent a moment. I think you're being rash. What is hard to understand about this? We went out, it was fucked up. I know he liked me, but once he found out about my condition, things went south. He might be a professional, but I'm not gonna enjoy the Mount Everest atmosphere when speaking and visiting properties with him. Just get me someone else. Or I'll do it myself. Her sister snorted disdain. You don't need me to do the legwork. Just contact the agency he works for and request a different agent if it's such a bother for you. Agency is Miami Summers Properties. I won't give you the number because you can Google it in about a second. Good luck, and come see me later. I expect it, and I'll be harassing you over the phone all afternoon if you don't. Bye. There was a click. Venise had hung up. Aleshia scowled at her phone. She considered turning it off for the afternoon, just so she wouldn't have to worry about being stalked by her sister. Then, a beep sounded. A new text message appeared. Cold dread snaked through Aleshia when she saw the message was from Peter. Like a driver stopping morbidly to observe a car crash, she tapped on Peter's name. The message thread showed, "Missing you, baby. Can we talk?" Oh, that message was so innocent, so artfully placed, directly counteracting the previous one, which was a hate spew of volatile emotions. Whore was one of the nicer words there. If she bothered contacting him directly, it would allow him to use that manipulative, guilt-lashing tongue to grind her down into a tiny pebble. She stared at his name for a while, then made herself feel 1,000 times worse by scrolling through the message thread, before she grew a thick shell over her heart and analyzed the words objectively, from an author's point of view. Peter stuck to the same patterns she observed. Anger, insults, accusations, followed by wheedling, cringing messages that showed how sorry he was. He didn't mean what he said, and that he missed her. His habit of skipping or changing subjects entirely when she mentioned the idea that he was welcome to be a father to his child, but she didn't want to be in a relationship with him anymore, glared out. It was as if his ego simply couldn't handle the fact that she didn't want to be with him. He assumed that she had to be with him now because of the child. So, when she refused him over and over, he kept resorting to the blackmail over the unborn child, that he would only be a father if she came back. Aleshia scrolled through 2 months of exchanged communications before she had enough. Nothing remained there of the love she thought they once shared. The words scattered across the backlit mobile screen were attempts at extortion, stamping down on any notion of respect, caring, and love in favor of the pervading desire to control. All this combined with Aleshia's weak kicks of argument, reminiscent of a fish flopping on land. She couldn't argue against Peter. Her words were sucked away, diminished, made unimportant under the weight of the accusations. Emptiness scratched at her when considering if she loved him or not. There was nothing more for her to give. Stopping the thoughts from spiraling further, she browsed for Miami Summers properties, clicked on the site, and checked for the number. The time showed as 8:30. Her heart leapt again when her phone rang, and she saw the caller was Cameron Lovell. "For fuck's sake," she whispered, staring at the phone as if it was a dangerous animal. Should she answer? Ignore? Unwillingly, her hands reached over and tapped the answer button. At the end of the day, Cameron Lovell was still an estate agent. "Hello. Good morning, Aleshia. Are you busy today?" "In the afternoon, yes. If you're ready in an hour, I can introduce you to a property. I think you'll like this one." Aleshia bit her lip. If Cameron Lovell had a property lined up for her, it would seem silly to reject it. She debated obtaining the address and then phoning the agency for a different agent, then resigned herself to the idea of meeting up with Cameron Lovell once more. "All right, I'd like to see it. I can be ready." "Good. Do you want to make your way over, or do you want me to pick you up? It's on South Beach. If I'm picking you up, I'll be there in an hour and 10. Again, Aleshia reminded herself she seriously needed to buy a new car. She didn't want to live on rentals. But so far, she hadn't found desperate need to drive. She furiously clacked on her keyboard, typing the words "must get CR. If it's not a problem, I wouldn't mind being picked up. Thanks again for this." "No problem. Dijon and his wife will have my head if I don't put you in a suitably perfect property. See you soon." "See you." The call ended. Aleshia glared in deep suspicion at her screen. She could almost picture Venise contacting Cameron Lovell on the side, probably as soon as their impromptu conversation had ended. She would definitely have words with Venise later to sort facts out. She didn't want Venise arbitrarily interfering with her life, although there was always the slim chance that this call happened of its own accord, uninfluenced by her sister. Maybe Cameron had always intended to contact her once he found a suitable place, though it also suggested he spent time in the evening and morning searching exclusively for her. Aleshia honestly didn't know what to think. Best not to dwell on it too much. She finished off the chapter she was editing, leaving just 3 chapters to go, which she planned to complete tonight. Showering and digging into her wardrobe proved simple. The weather here never seemed to vary from anything other than hot, with humidity in the air. She found with the humid climate, the heat became uncomfortable at times. Rain thumped on the windows, interspersed by periods of sun. Glancing outside showed a street full of people who still wore their summer clothes, but used an umbrella to shelter them from the pelting rain. It made a dreary kind of sense. Wearing full waterproofs would likely boil them from the insides like a lobster thrown on the pan, though the rain appeared murderous in nature. Aleshia settled for her jogger pants, as they dried fast when wet, ankle-high boots, along with a vest top and her lighter brown hiking jacket, once her best companion for the average Minnesotan day. At least I have a valid excuse for bringing it to a hot country. All that damn rain. Lastly, she dabbed on as much makeup as she dared, keeping it light so she wouldn't resemble a circus clown or look like she was wearing a mask. She spent time on her eyelashes, coating them with mascara so they stood out on her face, thick and long. When she smiled, dimples appeared on her cheeks. Dark eyes stared at her from the mirror, huge and expressive. Her mother used to describe them as windows to the soul. As a child, they gave her a fresh innocence. As an adult, they made her look younger than she was, not always a good thing, especially if she forgot her ID when going out to a bar or club. Cameron Lovell picked her up outside the apartment at 10 minutes to 10, watching her step out of the apartment in her jogging pants and brown rain jacket, shrugging off the pounding of the heavens above as she sidled into his car. Aside from polite greetings and a brief explanation of the address they were going to. The journey conducted itself in silence. The quiet bit into Aleshia. Some of the rain slid from her coat to the seat, and the waterproof quality of the leather meant it either clung to the outside or formed snail lines to the rubbery bottom. More people chose to drive their cars because of the weather, causing long trails of traffic by the lights, and revealing some slightly illegal responses by the more irritable drivers, who didn't want to sit in a line waiting, beeping their horns in anger. On second's thought, Aleshia said, maybe I shouldn't bother with getting a car just yet. Cameron glanced over at her. Dark eyes coolly avoided hers. I suppose if your work is online-based, you don't need to bother so much with traveling. Only if you want to make trips, though you can likely get away with just using the local services. Yeah, I'm just used to owning a car. He examined her, mouth twisting slightly. How come you don't have one here? Aleshia returned a recalcitrant stare of her own. Slight issue that occurred from joint operating a car. Wouldn't let me use it or take it when he knew I was considering breaking up. Hid the keys. I got my mom to shuffle me away when he was at work one day. The realtor blinked at her. That doesn't sound nice. It wasn't. She smiled. Though I'm fairly sure you're not interested in hearing some of the horror tales of my ex. The traffic inched forward. Eventually, Cameron said, you should have just found that bastard's keys and sped off with the car. Probably. Except it would likely break down with any journey longer than 50 miles. I'm better off with a new one that's not falling apart. They passed the time with small, polite forays into some topics, with nothing touching or hinting of the disastrous proposal the night before. When they finally crossed the MacArthur Causeway and headed into South Beach, Cameron Lovell pulled his dark blue Chevrolet Impala into a spot that showed the skyline of Miami in the distance, across the waters. Cameron Lovell pointed at a small house with a balcony that jutted out, with all that separated it from the water being a road. The house itself seemed small compared to the others on either side of it. It looked rather unassuming from the outside. Inside, however, was a whole different story. Aleshia gaped at the interior. Whoever had been in charge of the decorating evidently decided that they liked the idea of living inside a tree. The walls had a polished, wooden gloss to them, and the doors curved, with the arches carved to resemble tree branches intertwining. The floor again displayed the same smooth boarding pattern, with the occasional brown or green rug carpet flung over it. It's like a hobbit den, but for humans, Aleshia said, eyes almost popping at the level of artistry that had gone into the house. Even the balcony that showed could be entered by a sculpted archway. The original owner had a thing for carpentry. He likes designing off the wall products, and wanted to focus on a house that felt like it was alive. Cameron showed the kitchen small but able to fit 3 people in it at a pinch, and the larger living room next to it that led out to the enclosed balcony. It's small, even though it has 3 bedrooms. Most of the focus is in the living room and balcony. The bedrooms themselves are small, with double beds. If you care to look, Cameron was right. The bedrooms and bathroom in proportion to the rest of the house were small. The bathroom had enough room for an enclosed double shower, a sink and a toilet. The bedroom each had a wardrobe fitted into it. You can choose to keep the furniture or not, of course. The owner is somewhere in the Czech Republic at the moment, looking up the architecture in Prague for his next project. Aleshia, looking through the house, had already pinpointed a good spot for her to work from in the living room. One of the bedrooms had a small mahogany desk unit and a dark armchair with a puffy green cushion. She examined the 2 sofas in the main room, which were leather and brown, complemented by dark green rugs, a dark coffee table with a few nondescript magazines piled under it, and the fresh, rugged wood feel of the walls and the doorways. There were also 2 tiny rooms which could be used for storage under the stairs and next to the bathroom. How in holy hell did you have such a wonderful place? Aleshia walked up and down, glowing with excitement at the little house. She liked the way the stairs curved up to the 3 bedrooms and spare room. It was quirky. She liked the smell, the feel of the walls. It was perfect. Cameron watched with a satisfied smile as she ran her palms over the walls. Told you I'd find something you like. This is amazing. I'm gobsmacked. Really. Cameron Lovell coughed politely. The balcony has stunning views, of course. It's a small property as things go, but I honestly think the place is a steal with the price it's listed at. $420,000. It's a little over the price you went for, but I'm pretty sure you won't be finding something else like this on Miami Beach. Aleshia nodded emphatically. I'm tempted. I didn't even know what I wanted, but I want this place, whatever it takes. I feel as if I could faint at the sight. I absolutely love it. I could tell. With the other properties, when we walked into them, you sort of gave them a disinterested look and allowed me to lead you around whilst you nodded along. Here, your eyes went as big as saucers, and you wanted to explore everything yourself, without much prompting from me. This is your house, I can tell, and I'm sure the man who designed it would love to hear your opinion on it as well. Aleshia grinned like a kid in a candy store. I'm impressed. Whatever instinct you have for this job, it's right. I have a good instinct for people. Cameron paused. I can tell what sort of thing they'll be looking for when I interact with them over time. I can get some things wrong, though. Her face fell at the announcement. Along with the dip in feelings, she also felt a pressure on her bladder and a slight stinging inside her body. We get things wrong from time to time. Hey, I'm just gonna use the bathroom. Cameron waved acceptance, and Aleshia went into the small, but snugly designed bathroom, which had foregone the living wood texture in favor of black tiling with white flecks on them. It cast the reflection in the mirror above the sink with a darkness, which contrasted her face when the light was switched on in fascinating ways. She sat down to pee, and winced when the peeing caused the stinging to worsen. Then, when she wiped herself, the texture felt off, sticky. She raised up the toilet roll to reveal dark, bloody stains. Instant panic crashed. She suppressed the urge to let out a whimper, call for help, instead closing her eyes to feel for any intense spikes of pain, as she ran her palm over her stomach. There was no pain, apart from the sharp stinging, which felt like it was coming from inside her vagina. She cautiously daubed, and again came away with blood. Her panties were also stained. Fuck. Fucking fuck. Aleshia stuffed a wad of toilet roll into her panties, pulled up her joggers, feeling a little woozy and faint as she did so. Was she thirsty? Dehydrated? She looked paler than usual in the mirror's reflection. When she came out of the bathroom, Cameron at first greeted her with a smile, then saw the cloud gathering on her face. What's wrong? Aleshia wanted to deny anything was wrong, but also knew she would be stupid for doing so. Obviously something bad was happening. I'm bleeding down there, and I feel a little off. Wait, what? You're bleeding. Sheer alarm jumped into Cameron Lovell's eyes. Why? Hell if I know, but I'm gonna have to cut this visit short. I think... She winced. I'm gonna need to get myself checked up. Keys appeared in Cameron's hands. Honey, we're rushing you to the hospital. Now. Aleshia allowed herself to be led by him with little protest.
Chapter 6. Inside the hospital, Aleshia faced a nurse. Cameron Lovell was somewhere in the reception, waiting for her to come out. After the initial panic and doctors had the chance to examine her, they explained that the main issue was, since she had no abdominal pain, to do with a vaginal tear in her inner walls, which caused the bleeding and was more common than you would expect for someone in or just past their first trimester. The nurse was drawing blood to be tested, though she and the doctor at hand suspected Aleshia would be low on iron, due to the nutrients the baby was absorbing from her and from the sounds of her diet, which did not contain much red meat. You can take supplements to boost your iron levels, the female doctor suggested. She was already writing out a prescription. Other things to do as well is to avoid excessive exercise, as if you do this too much, it can aggravate the blood vessels in the placenta, causing it to malfunction and feeding nutrients to the fetus. Barraged with advice, but mostly relieved that her bleeding was nothing scary, such as a dreaded miscarriage. It had actually been the first thought to cross her mind when she saw the bleeding, and she felt both dismay and a horrified fascination when it occurred, since she never considered in her future plans that she might end up losing the baby before it even had a chance at life outside the womb. The thought sobered her up as the doctor rattled through a list of advice, as the blood was drawn out of her arm and a small plaster stuck over the insertion point. She felt bad that Cameron Lovell needed to wait in the hospital reception for the whole process, as hospitals had to be one of the gloomiest places around. With the stark, sterile white walls, the constant smell of disinfectant permeating the air, and the straggles of disenchanted people who roamed within the walls, it gave off a sickly aura. Coming into the hospital, she spotted one child, barely older than 5, with an amputated leg and arm from meningitis being signed out, before being wheeled off by his family. She also couldn't help but notice the number of pregnant women, and women there with children, both in the reception and the waiting rooms. Near the ward she was in as well, the nurse had informed her that there were clusters of premature infants who needed machines to help them survive out of the womb, due to complications, such as heart defects, or a threat to the mother's life leading to a cesarean. Her cursed mind already started roaming with potential plot ideas, envisioning a weeping mother being let out by a devastated husband, after doctors had gently told her that the baby in the machine would simply not ever be able to survive without help. She saw the people sitting in the waiting rooms like zombies, someone walking down the corridor, dragging their 4-drip with them. She saw the dark world of a hospital forming in her mind, even as she walked down the pristine halls of a real one. Finally free, she located Cameron Lovell sat next to a woman and her husband. The pram where a baby lay was tilted towards Cameron, and he was peering into the contents of the pram with interest. As Aleshia neared, she caught him pulling a silly face, and a tiny gurgle of laughter emitting out of the carriage. "Hey," she said, snatching his attention. He immediately stood up. "Aleshia! Is everything all right then? I know they said it wasn't anything serious, but you never know." "It's all right," she gave him a reassuring smile. "I've been told to take iron supplements, not exercise a lot, which is fine because I work on my computer anyway. I also should be careful with inserting foreign objects in my vagina for the next month, due to the bleeding issue." "Fun stuff." Cameron laughed, even as the woman next to him scowled at Aleshia in disapproval for daring to use such blatant words near her precious baby. "I saw you pulling faces, there," Aleshia said, indicating the cot, and avoiding the judgmental fury of the woman. "Was it pulling faces back?" Cameron shrugged. "She seemed to like me. She didn't like my normal face, though, but once I started, he demonstrated a few hideous expressions. One child, holding his mother's hand, stared at Cameron in open-mouthed wonder, and there you have it. Face to charm anyone's child." Aleshia laughed. "That's brilliant. Although I might argue you'll likely scare them more than endear them to you." They both laughed. I can cope with that. There seems to be rather a lot of children running around the hospital today. I was squished in between 4 mothers at one point. As long as you didn't catch small children cooties, we're probably all right." Aleshia smiled fondly at him. "Thanks again for the help. I'm sorry the inspection ended up like this. But I guess it could have been worse." "Of course. Well, since the time is now." Did you need to be somewhere?" "Oh, God. My sister." Outside the hospital, Aleshia took out her phone. Cameron raised one eyebrow in inquiry. "Do you need to go over to her place?" "No." "Yes. Maybe. She expects me over, and she'll murder me if I don't. She'll also murder me if she finds out I went to the hospital and didn't contact her." "Arg! Is there any way to postpone judgment?" Cameron asked, smirking at Aleshia's panic. "Honestly, you're more worried about this than you were coming out the bathroom bleeding." "I was worried. Also, short of saying I'm with someone, she won't take no for an answer. And she'll ask me to hand the phone over to the someone to make sure I'm not lying, with video camera on, to make sure I'm not just making her listen to a recording." "Wow. That's some measures." Cameron stared over at his car in the pouring rain, Aleshia standing beside him as she squinted at her phone. No angry messages from her sister had yet appeared. It's because I did that before, Aleshia admitted. She's justified. If you can call having a relative punch their way into your life like this justified. It does sound like she cares and wants the best for you, Cameron observed. It's nice. Though I do agree she seems to have a certain amount of control over things. Apparently, I'm easy to manipulate. The words came out harsh, bitter. Aleshia checked herself. Sorry. Residual feelings. Anyway, I better call her. Cameron hesitated only a moment, eyebrows knitted together in thought. Why don't we get takeout? Distress from the trauma of this morning. You can come back to mine or I come over to yours, that way, you'll have an excuse to not go and see your sister. Oh! I can tell her I'm with you. Excellent. Aleshia held the phone to her ear. When Venise answered, she explained hurriedly that she wouldn't be coming over, and for good measure, handed the phone over to Cameron so he could collaborate with Aleshia's reasons to not come. Neither mentioned about the trip to the hospital. Venise sounded incredibly smug when she was put back on the phone with her sister and strongly hinted that maybe the situation between her and Cameron wasn't as ruined as previously believed. Aleshia sighed when the call ended. She looked up at her savior and admired once again his handsome looks, before reminding herself that this was a door she couldn't open. What do you suggest we eat? The realtor smiled, straightening up and adjusting his thin tie. We can discuss it in the car. There's going to be a lot of traffic. And we have torrential rain to go through. He shouted the last words, as the rain chose that moment to increase in strength, creating a loud rattling across all the surfaces. He held out a hand to her. She took it, beaming, and they hastened over to the car, soaked within seconds. Back in Aleshia's apartment, dried off, armed with bottles of water and 4 boxes full of Mexican quesadillas, they sat around the small table in the middle of her cramped living room. Having already made it past the initial inspection, and Cameron confessing that he was glad Aleshia would be buying the house instead of living in a place like this for much longer. Aleshia had her new prescription pills to help reduce the vaginal bleeding and the iron supplements to go with her food, as well as an all-around vitamin medley as recommended by Cameron. Again, despite the tension of the day before, they found themselves slipping into easy conversation. Aleshia couldn't help the suspicion that flared up within, but she also appreciated the gesture in that Cameron had gone out of his way to help her obtain a property, get her to the hospital, and assist mutually in avoiding the wrath of her sister. I can't thank you enough for this, really. And the food is delicious, Aleshia said, munching her way through a chicken-spiced quesadilla. They had 4 boxfuls of different flavor combinations, and planned to eat every single one of them. I know a lot of good spots for takeout. I often can't find the energy to cook, and even if I did, there's no way I could do anything as wonderful as what some of the local food places offer. I can't cook to save my life, Aleshia confessed. I live on takeout and sandwiches. Not the healthiest of options, mind you, but I can afford it, and I enjoy having such a wide selection of different cuisines to choose from. They kept up the banter, discovering small things about each other. Aleshia felt, however, that Cameron was circling around the topics he wanted to discuss. His friendliness almost matched the levels of last night, just before Aleshia had dropped the bomb on him. Again, she caught remnants of interest in his eyes, and again, she detected that familiar, irritating twinge of arousal in her guts. What's going on? It hasn't even been a day. Has my sister put him up to this? Aleshia, I've been thinking, Cameron said, finally cutting to the meat of the subject, about things. This is also along with some panic when I had to rush you to hospital, because I was convinced you were bleeding to death. I wasn't. But I understand why you would think so. You literally asked me in the car if you might be bleeding out. Yeah, true. I was a little hysterical about that as well. Thanks for speeding up, though. No problem. I want to try talking some things through with you. I'm not sure where anything will go, or if it will go anywhere at all. But I'd like to hear your side of things. Your thoughts on your future. And you can ask about me as well. Aleshia examined Cameron, contemplated his proposal. Just on a friendly basis? He shrugged. Maybe just that, maybe more. Something crackled in the air, intangible. The sparks Aleshia felt from last night came back in full force, along with amazement at the sudden turnaround. The sobbing frustration from a near sleepless night vanished in quavering hope. Why? The word escaped her lips. Cameron stared at her for a long, tense minute. The strange feeling inside her multiplied, expanded. If she had been standing up, she would have needed to sit down, due to the tremors in her legs. After an age, he responded, because I felt something. The first time I heard you, saw you, watched you, talked to you, I honestly felt something. Hearing that you didn't exactly come burden-free was a devastating blow to that feeling I had. Like it didn't matter what I felt, I find a nice, pretty woman who is interesting, warm, and has something special about her, and recites poetry despite being shy about it, but that doesn't matter. Life will laugh at me and tell me once more I'm a fool. At this, Aleshia let out an exasperated chuckle. I know the feeling. If I'd met you over a year ago, I have the notion we could get along well. More than well. But, nope, you had to waltz into my life when it's been fucked up, and I'm busy trying to make sense of the ruins. Not the best timing. The realtor helped pour some more water into an empty glass for Aleshia. Their feet touched under the table. Neither moved away from the contact. So, I want to talk more. Just to confirm whether these feelings have any basis or not. And, since you've asked your question, here's mine. He idly tapped the rim of his glass. Do you still love your ex? Looks like we're not fucking around this bush, Aleshia thought. With nothing to lose, she responded, no. I don't. I lost it, the more I became ensnared in his little mind games. The final straw was when the pregnancy was announced, and it became a shitfest from there. Why do you still have his number on your phone, then? Aleshia sighed, before sipping her water. I feel like I can't cut him out of the kid's life. I keep imagining the child asking me awkward questions about where Daddy is. Daddy doesn't give a damn about the peanut I've got here, but I can't bring myself to completely delete him out. I don't, however, want to get back with him. She folded her arms defensively. If I did, I'd become like one of those stories where you hear about a woman who's been locked in her basement for years, until some friendly passing neighbor hears her scratching on the walls or something. Cameron's jaw dropped, then adjusted into an amused grin. That bad, huh? It's my sister's phrasing. I'm only just starting to let it fully register what kind of mind fuck I got out of. I can tell you about it, but it might not be a fun ride for either of us. In exchange, though, you tell me about yourself. Deal, he said. With a sigh and an oddly cracked voice, which altered into monotone whenever she breached a sensitive subject, she unraveled to Cameron Lovell the pitiful scraps of her life. She didn't tell him about her childhood, or the extreme grief she felt at the loss of her wonderful father, who wanted nothing but the best for her. She started with the jealousy she felt with her sister, feeling like she was in competition. She mentioned the brief flings with previous boyfriends, but not finding anything solid to cling to. Meeting Peter just over a year ago, when her freelancing at that point was gaining ground, earning her decent amounts of money at last, she found in him a charming, handsome man who appeared to dote on her every word, go out of his way to make sure she felt like a queen. Skipping the more intimate details, Aleshia focused on the devolving situation of her and Peter. There were hints and signs, but she chose to ignore them, ecstatic at the notion of having a long-term boyfriend, so she didn't feel like the ugly duckling of the pack anymore. However, the stable and happy relationship she craved, like her mother and father had, and like Venise and Dijon lived, nothing quite turned out to plan. Peter became more notably possessive and jealous, asking her to not wear makeup, not meet up with male friends. Cameron listened to the tale with an impassive face, showing nothing of the thoughts that lay within. He did, however, narrow his eyes when Aleshia talked about the controlling nature of her boyfriend, and looked both amused and disgusted when she mentioned the part where he wanted her to take responsibility for their sex together, because he didn't want to wear a condom, and he didn't believe she was allergic to the pill. She was just lying to not have sex with him. He even ignored her mother's confirmation that Aleshia was indeed allergic to the pill. One trip to the hospital later cleared up that misconception. He relented, instead persuading her to consider getting an implant. She was on the waiting list to have one placed in her arm when she discovered the pregnancy. Explaining the obsession, the fear, the craven desire to please proved difficult for Aleshia, but she struggled through, under the quiet encouragement of Cameron. Finally, she ended with her arrival in Miami, with no clue how she wanted things to proceed next, only that she wanted to be near her sister to help cope with the fallout. Venise, of course, welcomed the notion. She didn't want Aleshia anywhere near Peter, and tried numerous times to get Aleshia to erase him from her life. She mentioned Venise's constant vilification of Peter, and how after so long, it finally started to settle in her mind. The distance helped her deal with who he really was. The manipulation of Peter, demanding for Aleshia to come back, he would only be a father if she did, invoked a grunt of annoyance from Cameron. That sounds like you dodged a bullet, there. I understand why you may not want to erase him completely. But I'm inclined to agree with Venise on this. You need to delete that bastard's number. It's your choice, though. It is. Part of me doesn't want this baby either. But I also don't want to put it up for adoption. I keep imagining if it was me, growing up either in foster care or with eventually finding out the knowledge that my mother ditched me. I don't think I can do that. She sighed and patted her abdomen. And I've been feeling empty for a while. Even before Peter, and he never filled that emptiness up. Maybe this little one might be an answer. Cameron Lovell nodded. Thank you for telling me. I know you didn't enjoy that. It had to be said. You wanted to know why I'm in this situation. Why someone you liked ended up pregnant, single and running. You got it. She gave a wry smile. He imitated it. In return, he explained something of himself to Aleshia. An only child, he grew up never in want of anything, also with parents and grandparents and cousins and relatives whom all contributed to the stability of his life. He followed in his father's footsteps when it came to becoming an estate agent. This was in fact the same company his father was a senior manager in. He also dated a string of girls, lived the wild, party life, because despite the near immaculate upbringing he had, he also felt that there was something severely lacking. It always lay there, like an abscess to his soul. He eventually concluded that no amount of pretty girls, sex, drinking, and successful deals could wipe away the feeling. People were a chore. Life just slogged along, which was why at the age of 33, despite liking his job, he was single and felt like life didn't have any purpose. Then, Aleshia plummeted into it out of nowhere, with her quirky attitude, and that poem that touched something deep inside him. Along with that, came a profound sense of devastation that this woman also happened to be untouchable. There was more. The trip to the hospital made Cameron Lovell reflect more on his viewpoint. His original opinion fixated on the idea that children were too much responsibility. If he entered a relationship and ended up having to look after someone's child barely a year into it, the idea itself was absurd. Something his parents would disapprove of. You were supposed to enter a relationship, take time, maybe get married when enough time passed, and only then did you start with children. Yet, squashed as he was in the hospital, surrounded by the rather odd proportion of mothers, young and old, with children, from newborn babies to tottering kids, he found himself absently watching them off and on for the 2 hours he waited. He allowed himself to think more on the poignant question. What was it he lacked in life? What did he miss? This question plagued him the night before. There passed the fathers, beaming proudly at their spawn, or dragging them along as they kicked and screamed. There came that one kid, who stared at him for a straight 10 minutes, unashamed. There came the baby in the pram, who giggled when he pulled faces at it. He stumbled over the subject, as if aware of how crazy he sounded. Aleshia listened raptly. It seemed like on some level, Cameron Lovell had reached similar conclusions to her. I found myself seriously contemplating about what it would be like if I had a child. It was something I never considered before. You kept me up most of the night thinking about it. And I sat there, awkwardly, watching others or having them watch me. And I wondered. Everything so far has lacked color for me. Would something like a kid make any difference to it? Would accepting that sort of responsibility, to care actively for something that will thrive on love and attention? I don't know. I'm considering it. Aleshia smiled. I still am, as well. I have just under 6 months to consider it, before I take up a job as a full-time mother. I wouldn't say I'm fully amenable to the idea. But the fact I'm even considering it at all might be something to do with the idea that I like you a little more than expected. Aleshia held her breath, thrilled at the word. One hand raised up to her mouth. I want to try something, Aleshia. Forgive me if this seems forward. He stood up, circled around the table, until he was next to her. Then, slowly, he lowered his face onto hers, until their lips touched in a delicate kiss. She inhaled sharply, an explosion of warmth rippling inside, and reached up as he began to withdraw, to capture his lips in a more intense kiss. It was as if tiny bolts of electricity surged through them at the contact, sending alien, wonderful sensation to every nerve. They continued the kiss, gently playing with each other's lips, eyes closed as they became lost in the moment. Reluctantly, Aleshia withdrew. She opened her eyes, dazed, breathing heavily. Fuck, she said. Cameron Lovell chuckled. Fuck, he agreed. That was something. Yes. Fuck sake. I really shouldn't. I can't be in another relationship so soon. She ran a tongue over her bottom lip, replaying the memory of their kiss. But I also think it's because I'm scared I'm just reaching out for affection. I don't want to end up using you as some kind of proxy. I'm also scared of being alone. He nodded. I understand. He ran one thumb over her flushed cheeks. He waited, forming the words in his head before speaking. If you're scared of being alone, I'll be here for you. Whether we end up together or not, it doesn't matter at this point. I'll help you move in. I'll be a friend if you need it. I'll be more if you want it. Whatever happens, I know one thing. I don't want to see you running out my life so soon. A shiver of happiness went through Aleshia. Touched by his words, she reached out to grasp his hand in hers. She had no idea how to express the emotions swirling inside. They wanted to burst out of her. She managed with, "Thank you." That means a lot. She also felt the threatening presence of tears behind her eyes. He grinned. We should probably finish off the food.
Chapter 7. Aleshia resisted the temptation for 2 weeks. In the meanwhile, Cameron helped move her into the new property, sorting out the necessary documents, taking her to make the deposit, and moving in belongings bit by bit, as she didn't have many in the first place. Venise helped as well. She and Dijon possessed a car each to help them get to work or take Amy around to visit her friends. The beach for them was a 10-minute walk from their property. When Aleshia confided to Venise about Cameron's rushed promise to stay by her, Venise at first couldn't believe it. Then, when Cameron and Dijon confirmed for her the truth, she was ecstatic, as if all her prayers had been answered, rather than Aleshia's. Hold that man tight and never let go. Venise, Aleshia had protested, on one of her regular visits over. Give it a break. You know I can't take a perfectly fine man off the market and deal with the life changes I'm having to go through now. He still hasn't even had a proper relationship with a woman before. I'm kind of a big step up. Even as she said those words, hidden under the guise of practicality, slivers of jealously spiked the offloaded facts. Somewhere in her brain, she had already began seeing Cameron Lovell as someone who belonged to her, though in what form, she still didn't know. At least that was what she told herself. The man, every gorgeous inch of him, insisted on sticking by her and helping her move in. A voice of doubt asked what benefits he got out of this. The same voice insidiously suggested that the only reason men liked her at all was because she was so easy to control. Blindsided by love, enamored by the notion of being loved. Even with those doubts nibbling at the shadowy regions of her mind, she caved in, 2 weeks later, on her first day in the new house. Venise, Dijon, and Amy had come to see the quirky, living wood house. Dijon loved it. Venise acted dubious of her sister's taste, declaring she felt like a squirrel stuck in a tree. In response, Aleshia innocently handed over a bowl of nuts for Venise to crunch through, provoking much laughter from Amy, who insisted on exploring every room and jumping on each bed. She occupied herself by running up and down the spiral staircase as Aleshia served her guests coffee and tea respectively. Cameron visited shortly after the relatives left. He listened, nodding along to Aleshia's gushing amusement about her family, her awe of the new place. I'm glad. I can see the effect it has on you. It does make all the difference being somewhere. Sat on the sofa, their bare feet touched, and launched into a lazy war, where it wasn't clear what winning or losing meant. 2 weeks, Aleshia thought. Barely any time at all. The nugget's growing bigger. He's going above and beyond for me. Peter is still bombarding me with texts. She even showed the texts to Cameron. He liked and appreciated this gesture. And why wouldn't he? She had nothing to hide. This was her life, and she couldn't run away from the facts, no matter how desperate she became. Life enjoyed throwing her curveballs. The arrival of Cameron Lovell proved the biggest one of all. 2 weeks, and Aleshia brought up the notion of a relationship. One where they dated, kissed, tried to work each other more exclusively into their lives. Cameron immediately accepted. And now, they sat opposite each other, having not yet arranged their first date, stuck in that curious limbo. The more Aleshia thought about their situation, the more convinced she felt that all logic and reason was jumping itself out the window. There was no logic. Even with the reasons they gave each other, the situation felt fantastical at best. However, what mattered was the constant flicker of sparks between them, the inexplicable attraction that had wormed a way through the fabric of their being. A possibility that instant love and attraction, along with dedication, existed. I can't comprehend it, Aleshia confessed, out of the blue. Even as their feet continued to dance together on the leather sofa, I felt like everything was breaking down, and I had reached a dead end, and needed to figure out how to back myself out of it. Then you come along. You freak out when you find I'm pregnant, but you come back almost straight away. You promise to stick by me straight away, when people can spend months building up those kind of commitments. Cameron Lovell rubbed the lines at the corners of his eyes. It's true. I haven't even bothered trying to explain to my family what's happening. Yet, I've told them I'm seeing a nice woman, but I haven't mentioned any of the other factors. I'll have to at some point. It's likely going to be a massive headache. All I know is that maybe there's an answer for that. Displacement I have. I know you seem more real than anyone else I've met. He then chuckled. Well, you basically did give me your life story on our first big meeting. I imagine you needed the time to process. Aleshia grinned, her big toe now tangled up in Cameron's. Yeah, I'm not used to people giving me everything up front like that. I wasn't sure whether to run away yelling at the top of my lungs or admire that brutal attitude. I mean, women have told me before that they have medical issues straight away or depression or whatever, but you basically told me that you were a fuck-up that had just escaped a fucked-up situation. I wasn't that bad, Aleshia protested. I'm nothing like my sister. She's a baseball bat with spikes. I'm still wondering how I'm going to put across the pregnancy to my family. I appreciate you like me enough to consider that, Aleshia said with a tiny smirk. And I've thought of something. Oh? Do enlighten me. He shifted positions so that they could cuddle up together on the sofa, instead of wrestling with their feet. Aleshia enjoyed the way he fit next to her, body pressed onto her spine. Rain thundered outside, torrential and as intensive as ever. A car horn beeped in the distance, long and livid. Well, it's sort of similar to an adoption, isn't it? You've gone through some massive life upheaval, and have decided that instead of going through the years of bullshit that can happen in a relationship, you're going to cut through the chase and adopt some ready-made baby. There was a pause, before Cameron roared with uncontainable laughter. Okay. I don't think I've ever heard it put like that before, but that's something. It makes sense, I think. Maybe. Aleshia considered the idea for longer. It does, actually, he giggled, wiping mirth from his eyes. So, I suppose this can be a trial run, baby. See if I like it enough before I consider having any of my own, or adopting more. That's it exactly. You got it. She smiled, before her expression dropped in seriousness. Of course, it depends on how you look at it, too. Maybe being a father is more important than being the biological link. He sobered up as well. I'll need to give it more thought. I'm still trying to let the idea sink in. I'm not opposed to it, though. I'm not opposed to you. He idly began brushing the thin strands of her hair, his fingers running through without becoming snared. I'm not opposed to you either. Aleshia turned around so her front pushed into Cameron. He moved a thumb over her lips. Have you written any poems lately? I'd like to hear one. At this, Aleshia blushed. I might have. Locking gazes with her, he said, Tell me, if you're comfortable with saying it. Again, Aleshia felt the vulnerability well up in her skull at the idea of passing along one of her private poems. However, she liked being able to unveil them in the presence of someone who listened without judgment to their contents. Parting her lips, she inhaled and recited the poem she had written 3 days ago. There's a lot of things that make sense. There's a lot of things that don't. You make sense and you don't. But you'll know my secrets and I'll know yours. Come a little closer. I'll show you everything that matters. I'll show you what's here. Through the many years, we all yearn for something. I found my something through those fears. My glass full. My everything. But how to express that feeling? Say the words without scaring it away. You're not a box for secret's sake. Not a doll to be worn and frayed. To play with until the strings break. That breaking I would regret. But you're not something I'll forget. All those feelings and more. You'll know mine, and I'll know yours. Aleshia finished the words, the embarrassment already creeping in. However, Cameron looked at her with an expression bordering on worship, his pupils black. I like that. His mouth hovered closer to Aleshia's with every passing moment. Tingles of pleasure roiled.
Oh no, it's about to get hot.
But we can't put this on YouTube as they don't allow it. I'm sorry.
But check the description of this video to join Romancely Audio Velvet and get the steamy scenes in future.
If you're already a member, the love scene reference is I've Got You, Chapter 7, Love Scene 1.
Okay, back to the story.
They spent the morning together doing not much else. It disappointed her slightly when he needed to go off to work, but she hid it, knowing at no point she should make him feel guilty for leaving her. Instead, she left the bedsheets rumpled and worked on her laptop, smiling at the thought of the upcoming evening. Venise sent her a text. "Hey, lil sista. Hope things between you and Cameron are going well." Aleshia smirked. Oh, they were going well. More than well. She picked up the phone, determined to tell her sister every gory detail. After all, one way or another, the formidable woman would find a way to dredge the truth out of her. She leaned back in her seat as she texted, utterly content.
Chapter 8. When Cameron wasn't there and the satisfaction had the chance to die off, the doubts wormed their way back. They renewed themselves over the sporadic text messages of Peter, who still insisted on his game of cat and mouse, where she was always the mouse, always being lured back into the trap of Minnesota and a life devoid of real happiness. Cameron caught the mood sometimes and hastened to reassure her. Reassurance wouldn't be enough for those doubts alone. They ate away at the goodness, they festered like a gaping wound, the more Aleshia allowed them voice. Careful, Venise had warned. Your psyche is still damaged from the time spent with Peter. You still don't want to believe happiness is real, because part of you thinks it doesn't exist, or that if you have it, the happiness will then be whisked away from you. Venise expressed surprise and acceptance all in one dose, making sure Aleshia received her warnings and functioned, fully aware of the possible consequences of her actions. She spoke to Cameron privately, and he had come back to Aleshia, looking thoroughly roasted, but determined to see their blossoming relationship survive. However, their relationship couldn't survive Aleshia's doubts. The ultrasound scan went without a hitch. Aleshia debated whether she wanted the gender of the baby to be a surprise or not, though Cameron insisted on knowing. The cold gel on her stomach, the cold scanner as it ran across the gel, seeking out the life form enclosed by her womb, revealed a curled-up fetus. A boy, the nurse had crooned. You'll be expecting a boy. Are you excited to be parents? She addressed them, oblivious, of course, to their unusual situation. Very, Cameron said. Nervous, but yeah, Aleshia echoed. Walking out of the ward, Cameron had squeezed her hand. Don't worry. I can see you're stressing. Don't worry. It will be fine. The baby will be fine. We will be fine. He kissed her on her temple. We'll just take this as it comes. I'll be here. This is madness, Aleshia's thoughts had responded, betraying the turmoil within. Instead, she smiled, and nodded, and said she knew. When he went to work later in the day, Aleshia sat at home, her untouched editing project glaring in front of her. She was drinking her way through a pot of coffee, and didn't plan on sharing the news with her sister. All the while, the negative thoughts swirled in a taunting cacophony. Where had they come from? Why did they soar so strongly, when this should be a time of new love and happiness? More poem fragments formed in her mind, but none of them showed even the tiniest hint of positivity. Her words reflected her doubts. Starting on her third cup of coffee, her phone vibrated with another waspish text from Peter. Her doubts boiled up into fury as she read it. Why won't you answer me? Don't you love me as much as I love you? Bastard, she spat, copying her sister's attitude. Bastard. Fucking. Bastard. She jabbed at her phone, fingers clumsy. The menu opened by his name. She scrolled down, finding the delete option. Without the slightest hesitation, though her heart pounded in terrified fury as she did so, she deleted the number. Then she deleted the entire thread, erasing a year of history under shaking hands. On the warpath, she went for her laptop and erased Peter out of her life from every platform she connected with him on, with the ferocity of a scorned woman. Skype, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, emails. She deleted every email for good measure, blocked him from ever being able to see her Facebook again, and changed her password, just in case he might have an idea of what it was. No stone was left unturned in her crusade. After the last wisp of Peter had vanished from her Gmail forever, she stared at her screen, feeling utterly devoid of emotion. Every asset of her was frozen. There, a voice whispered. "He's gone. You should be happy, now." She gritted her teeth. Liar, she thought back. Liar. There was no happiness to be found in her actions. Just an overwhelming sense of despair that perhaps what she did was wrong, completely, utterly wrong. She had caved into the voice of her sister, to the doubts inside. Blinking her way back into action, swallowing more of the coffee inside, she looked at Cameron's Facebook, examining his pictures. What a wonderful smile. She caught hints of that sadness in some of the pictures. She stared at her phone, again. Somehow, deleting all memory of her son's biological father made her feel defiled. Dirty. Thinking about roping Cameron into the new ride also created slivers of guilt, along with the very real, tangible notion, what if Cameron changed, just like Peter? He might be all sweetness, promises and smiles right now. But so was Peter. Peter came to her as the perfect gentleman, charming his way into her life. Darkness only began popping up later into their relationship, finally making itself known when she proved positive from the pregnancy test. Cameron, too, provided the ideal image of a gentleman and charmed her with a smoldering gaze, a curve of his lips. He made her believe that the impossible could happen. Surely, she wondered, Cameron was hiding something different under the surface. No one could be that kind, that determined. No one loved you like I did, Peter's voice ghosted in her mind. Somehow, she managed to wait her way to the end of the editing project and send it off to her client so the funds could be released into her account. She hated the wretched, miserable feeling of considering the events of her life, reflecting back through all her failed relationships and the inevitable breakdown between her and Peter. Nothing in her life suggested the pattern would change. Not even with Cameron Lovell. The moments they shared, it had been a beautiful, crazy dream. But she couldn't keep dragging him along like this. She didn't want to reach the point where Cameron's love diminished as his true self became prominent, perhaps at the birth of her son. It was one thing to say you would stick with someone and see things through. It was another to see the responsibility staring at you in the face, giving flesh and solidity to insubstantial words. The more Aleshia contemplated it, the more she convinced herself that whatever happened, she needed to cut Cameron out of her life. She couldn't string him along, couldn't delude herself, and didn't want to risk the little stability she had finally obtained. Fueled with this conviction, she phoned up her sister to convey her new plans in life. "Hey, Venise." Venise sounded harassed as she responded. A squeal of indignation piped up in the background, likely from Amy. "Hey, Aleshia. Can you phone me back in a sec? I just have a mess to clean up from my brat." "I erased Peter's number," Aleshia said without preamble. She wanted to say it before Venise hung up, in case her bravado faded the moment the call ended. There was a pause. "I'm keeping the line on. 1 second. Footsteps receded. "Amy!" "No. What have I told you about doing that?" A hysteric wailing filled Venise's end of the phone, even as Venise said briskly, "I told you. You do this, you pay the consequence. Don't think for a second you're wriggling out of it. Cry and scream as much as you want, but you must learn, it's not okay to do things like this." 2 minutes later, in the muffled quiet that followed Amy's new position in her room, with the additional cluttering sounds of favorite toys being removed, Venise returned to the phone. "Right. That's sorted for now. She's getting better, but she has lapses. I can't forego punishments, though. She needs to learn. I don't want her turning out as the teenager from hell when she grows up. Yeah, Aleshia replied, thoughts elsewhere, already debating whether to stop the call or not. As if sensing her intentions, Venise said, stay with me. Tell me what's happening. You said you deleted Peter? Aleshia bobbed her head, despite the fact her sister was unable to see the gesture. Yeah. I was thinking. Thinking lots. She struggled to keep her voice from shaking, whilst pouring a fourth cup of coffee. Wondering why I kept making excuses for him when I knew somewhere deep inside he wouldn't change. He might be charming, for a while, if I went back. But then he would show himself again when he thought that I wouldn't leave him. That's true. Venise drawled the words. But you also kept persisting on the idea that you didn't want to be selfish to the baby. I got that, even if I didn't like that son of a bitch. So why the change? Is it to do with the ultrasound? How did that go? Images of the ultrasound skipped into existence. It went fine. I'm having a boy. Another pause. Congratulations. Cameron went with you, yes? Yes. Suspicion tainted Venise. This isn't anything to do with Cameron, is it? Little bit. Aleshia responded reticently. She didn't want to be deterred from her decision, though a large chunk of her heart desperately wished someone would stop her from making the choice. Though I've also had these thoughts floating in my head for a while. Go on. Taking the time to collect the frayed segments of emotion, Aleshia tried to explain, though her words came out more desperate than she liked. I don't think it will work out between me and Cameron. I think it will go the same way it went between me and Peter. I think once the baby is born, he's gonna change his mind. Footsteps came from Venise's end, likely walking to a quieter spot, as Amy could be heard screaming in the background. The noise dimmed. Aleshia hated that it was such a nice day outside. The warmth penetrated her bones, though it never once touched the icy ball in her abdomen. There's no guarantee that will happen, Venise shot back. I know you tend to overthink matters. Maybe give yourself a breather, and just take the moment as it is. I'm not overthinking. I'm basing this on patterns, what I've experienced, Aleshia gabbled, a little fear now injecting itself into her heart. You haven't experienced everything the world has to offer. I haven't either, Venise reprimanded. I mean, I don't know Cameron well, but I can see he's got a good heart. How can you know that? It can be a cover. Just like with Peter. If you remember, babe, I was first on your case when you hooked up with Peter. I saw him as bad apples. Cameron isn't bad apples. Maybe a little bruised, he's had some issues with past relationships, from what I've gathered off Dijon. But he's nowhere near the same ilk as that piece of scum. Slumping against her glass, Aleshia shook her head. There's no way you can see everything. I detect a note of self-pity in your tone, there. You're not doing that wallowing in misery thing, where you feel like your life is ruined and there's nothing you can do about it? No. Aleshia scowled at the phone, biting back the temptation to insult or belittle her sister. It didn't matter if she did, Venise shrugged off insults like flies. Sure. Sarcasm laced Venise's response. Look. Just give yourself time to calm down. I know things are coming to a head, but don't start throwing your shit out the window because you're afraid it's all going to fail. Just don't. Don't make a mistake you'll end up regretting. Too late, Aleshia whispered, and hung up. Almost instantly, the phone began ringing, buzzing like a persistent mosquito. Venise would be furious. No one hung up on her when she delivered advice. If Aleshia ignored the calls, her sister would come storming around later. It didn't help Venise now lived much closer, sharing the same shoreline with her. Contrary to desire, Aleshia answered the phone once more. "Leave me alone. I need to think things through. You hung up on me on a note that sounded like you were intending to commit suicide, babe. Don't you do that." Contrite, Aleshia apologized. "I can tell you're ready to spike up if I start doing my thing," Venise mused. "So, I'll just say this. 1. Never end a call with me like that again. 2. I know you're going through a hard time. You need to know that I will always support you. All right? That's not something that will change. You know me. I'm always there when needed." "I know." A lump wedged itself in Aleshia's throat. Whatever she expected, this statement threw her off balance. "Thank you. And I'm sorry." If Venise suspected Aleshia was drinking, she didn't bring it up. "Be strong, sista. Love you. Love you, too." The call ended, albeit more amiably than the previous attempt. The darkness remained inside Aleshia, though the promise of her sister delved gentle hooks into her soul. She knew, without the shadow of a doubt, Venise would always be there. Venise was the stone forming out of a river. The river parted way around her. You didn't move that stone. She couldn't say the same for Cameron. She knew Venise her entire life. Cameron Lovell in comparison barely registered as a footprint in time spent. "It's a pretty heavy footprint, to be fair," Aleshia mused. "If I decide to continue this thing I have with Cameron, I can act like nothing happened. If I don't, I can't take his calls. He makes me forget." The knowledge instilled itself. Aleshia had choices, now. Taking deep breaths to calm herself down, she pictured the unborn son in her belly. What kind of future did she envision for the child? None, really. She still scrambled on the idea of cleaning up the mess left behind and dealing with the fallout of personal choices. Mistakes. They happened, of course. Everyone made mistakes. Aleshia didn't want to make any more and risk her position now. Heart heavy, she grimly resolved to the new choice. She almost failed in the decision when she received a text from Cameron in the evening asking if she was busy. The plan almost fell apart then. Steeling herself, she resisted the urge to reply. He sent one more probing message later in the evening before the phone kept its stubborn silence. Without the spam of messages from Peter, the knot of stress inside relaxed. This is the right choice. This is. If Cameron didn't think anything odd with her lack of response that evening, he certainly did over the next coming weeks. Innocent probes into her life, asking when she was free, if she would come over for dinner, if they wanted to continue their romps from earlier. All of these messages flooded Aleshia with guilt. He had no idea, and she wasn't telling him. Because, if she heard his voice for a second, saw him in the flesh, maybe even begging on his knees, or the confused hurt on his face, she would cave and let him come stumbling back. She would open herself up to the risk of pain and betrayal. Unlike what she just did with Peter, she didn't plan to erase Cameron out. She wanted him to still be her friend on a level, though she also expected him to erase her out of frustration from the lack of response. 1 week passed. Twice, Cameron came directly to her door, knocking frantically. She turned off the lights and hid in her bedroom when that happened, or made excuses to be out of the house more often, visiting Venise almost every day. Although Cameron kept his texts careful, less saturated in the poisonous feelings Peter dipped his in, she caught the notes of wounded confusion. "Why are you doing this? What happened? Why won't you talk? Dread filled her for a second when she imagined him giving her a message like, "You know what, I don't think it's Peter's fault. It was yours all along. Look at what you're doing to me." Although she waited for those words in icy fear, Cameron never once stooped that low. He tried coaxing her back, tried phoning, doing everything possible to get her to communicate to him just once. Aleshia, like a coward, opted for the fade-out tactic, stonewalling every message in the hope he would eventually give up. Underhanded and snide, it did have the desired result in the end, that Cameron faded away, along with the intensity of the memories she shared with him. Venise supported her, though let it be known, paired with Dijon, that they thought Aleshia could handle things better. "He's a mess," Dijon had said, directing an accusing stare to Aleshia, on one of the days she visited. "He doesn't understand what's going on, and frankly, I don't either." Venise, obviously not wanting to risk having her sister never come over again, held a hurried conference to Dijon, who did his best to lighten down the disdain. "He's Cameron's friend. It's his job to be concerned, as far as friends go." Venise soothed her husband. "He has a right," Aleshia said dully. She avoided looking into Dijon's eyes. "It's difficult. I like Cameron, but I don't want to talk to him, because I don't want to be persuaded off my choice. I've just come out of a bad relationship. In 4 months, I'm going to give birth. I can't hop from one relationship to another. No matter what kind of rushed confessions we make to each other. This will be better for Cameron in the long run, as well. He can get himself a girlfriend who doesn't come prepackaged." "Aleshia, don't talk about yourself like that." Venise lightly dusted off her sister, before fetching a glass of water. She fussed like a mother hen, making sure Aleshia sat comfortably, that she showed no signs of stress or impulses to dash off. "I can't say I like it. I'm the one who has to listen to my friend's confusion. I mean, I see where you're coming from." Dijon crinkled his thick black brows together. The words dug at Aleshia, reminding her of the other reason why she avoided the calls. "But if you're doing this because you believe it will be better for both of you, then whatever. Can I at least mention why you're doing this to him? It will be good for him to hear, you know, something." "You can explain," Aleshia agreed. "I just don't want to explain to him." Dijon said nothing more on the matter, but let it be known through his nonverbal attitude that he considered Aleshia a bitch. Aleshia already knew Venise openly considered her a bitch, but supported the decision anyway. "On the other hand, I do look forward to seeing that frog's pawn of yours make it into daylight." Venise ran her palm over Aleshia's stomach. "I'm not calling him that. Might look peculiar on a birth certificate." They joked and laughed, deliberately ignoring the tension in the room which associated itself with Cameron. After the visit, Dijon had obviously communicated with Cameron shortly afterward. Cameron ceased contact entirely. She only felt a pathetic grimace of relief that he didn't erase her from the platforms he added her on. Now, with Cameron informed, since Dijon had done the dirty work for her, she found herself able to concentrate on her work once more, becoming more productive than the dismal efforts of the past week. She spent more time reflecting on Miami Beach itself and the beautiful climate of her new home, and less worrying about relationships and other people. If she wanted to take her second chance of life to the max, she didn't need burdens. She didn't want the albatross hanging around her neck. Sitting on the balcony one hot evening, with the light drizzle of rain touching the edges and the sea dark and undulating upon the shores, she ate her Mexican takeout. Aleshia had come a long way since Minnesota. She now had her own house to pay the mortgage on, and a home in the tropical climate of Florida. She should feel on top of the world, flushed with success and the hope of the future. She no longer thought such dark, deadly thoughts about the son who developed inside her, no longer worried about his denied opportunity to know his father. Peace settled at last on that rocky ship. He would be far better off, like Aleshia was, without Peter in their lives. She did feel a twinge of regret at having frozen Cameron out. It's for the best, she told herself, for the 1000th time. So, why then, did it hurt so much?
Chapter 9. Cameron Lovell sat in the wayward boot. Not the best place to find a girl to date, but he spotted one pretty young thing with her dark-skinned friend, both laughing and giggling to themselves as one of the servers flirted with them. He felt a pang of anger, disappointment, and misery. For a moment, he thought the friend was Aleshia. He'd been avoiding the wayward boot ever since Aleshia had decided to freeze him inexplicably out of her life. It didn't matter, she might be living 20 minutes away from this place. That distance might as well be on the other side of the world. She had finally turned up at his workplace 1 week ago, though it took her the better part of 4 months. But the ship had long since sailed. She should have spoken to him long before. She left it too late. The visit, however, shook him up, made him go back to the devastation he felt when she iced him out. No matter how much he tried to comprehend Aleshia's actions, he just couldn't wrap his head around it. If she didn't want to date him anymore, then why not just say it? Why ignore so many texts? Why disregard everything he had ever said to her? He meant the words. Together, he thought he stood a chance of filling the hole in his life. It looked like madness to outsiders. He didn't fault that, but to him it made sense. Felt like sense. Fuck all the expectations, rules, and social norms. Fuck the idea that he would end up with a child that wasn't his in a short amount of time if he dated Aleshia. He wanted it. Nothing else worked. Not the dating rituals, the stable, well-paid job, and the quiet, gentle expectation of his family to settle down from the bachelor life soon and produce children to lavish gifts on. They didn't fill the emptiness inside. But Aleshia had not just with her presence, but with the truth and the upcoming boy in her stomach. Hadn't his dad always said, it wasn't the blood that made a true father, it was the responsibility? Cameron never accepted personal responsibility. No pets, no children, and no long-term girlfriends. The only one he committed to was work, and even then, that only became of the massive push from his father to thrive in the industry. It was his job, but if Dad never pushed. Taking a gulp of gin, watered down with tonic, Cameron sighed, slumping in his chair as though stagnated. It only took him 33 years to figure out what he needed out of life. And the thing he wanted decided to piss all over the offer. Fuck her, Cameron thought savagely. She didn't have to fucking do that. I thought she was different. A freak out, I get. But this? No, it's not on. I don't deserve this. I'm not wrong on refusing her. She fucking froze me out. A small twinge of guilt flooded him. Again, his mind replayed through Aleshia's unexpected appearance at his workplace. For months without a single word, except for what Dijon had uttered to him. Then, the heavily pregnant, devastatingly beautiful woman had turned up at work. When he saw her waddle into his office, he froze. She had said, looking chagrined, Cameron, I'm sorry. He allowed one word to slip out, laced with malice. After a second of silence elongated into a minute. Sorry? She nodded. Yes, I know what I've done isn't fair to you, but hear me out. I didn't want to mess things up, see them go the same way as Peter. I didn't want to bring you back into that spiral, but I haven't been feeling happy about this. I miss you. He watched her in silence, fighting to contain the boiling anger, despair and hurt that seethed. Hope and happiness, the smallest voices of all, drowned under the influx of negative emotions. I kept telling myself I needed to do this. I couldn't speak to you because if I did, I wouldn't be able to resist you. I would just fall head over heels with you and put myself in the same position I did before, falling for someone before I truly knew who they were, trapping them with my mistake, this pregnancy. But the real mistake was, I was comparing you to someone who was nothing like you. The pen in Cameron's hand cracked from the tightness of his grip. I unfairly pushed you away, when you had shown nothing to prove otherwise. I allowed my doubts to get the better of me. I'm sorry. I hoped, maybe, we could start talking things over again. And I know you have every right to. Get out. Cameron's voice stabbed. Get the hell out of my office. I don't want to see you again. I'm done. Aleshia, stricken, looked at him, eyes on the verge of tears. But wordlessly, she left, seeing the ice in his eyes, the barbs on his tongue. After she left, he wanted to scream for her to come back. Dash over to her penguin waddling form. Tell her he fucking hated her for what she did to him. But he still fucking wanted her back, and he had been waiting for her to say those words for months. He wanted to shake up her stupid, biased brain and tell her to never do something like that again. Instead, he sat there, cracking his pen further, unmoving. Finishing his gin, he went over to the two women, the only other inhabitants of the wayward boot. Despite the flirting Cameron had done in the past month or so, he never felt satisfied. He had even taken some women to bed. It wasn't like he ever lacked the selection to choose from. None of them gave him the same sense of awe like Aleshia did. They were simply screws. Nothing more. He went to the bars, declared how he didn't want children, didn't want the troubles associated with them, bagged his women whenever he wanted, and came out of each encounter feeling lonelier and more rotten than before. The women stared at him in interest as he flashed a bright, endearing smile. Hello, ladies. Can I buy you a round of drinks? Or is there no more room on the table? The server smiled as well, although it came with exasperated resentment. Sure. The blonde, dark-eyed woman beckoned him to sit by her. I'm expecting a friend shortly. She's married, so you can't flirt with her, sorry. That's perfectly fine with me, Cameron replied, as he ordered the drinks, based on what they were drinking. What's your names? Kiera, the blonde said. Cameron examined her, noting the distinctively boyish look, with her short hair, and the perchance for a button-sleeve top and jean shorts. The friend stuck with a yellow-spotted short dress, revealing a scandalous amount of leg, and her hair draped to the bottom of her spine. Faye, the other woman said. I'm Cameron, he replied, giving them both again charming smiles, whilst wondering if Kiera was straight or not, judging by the hard, unfeminine glint in her expression. Kiera narrowed her eyes, a bulb of realization lighting up in her brain. You seem like you've heard of me, Cameron said casual. Cameron Lovell? Yes. Yeah. I think you slept with one of my friends, Kiera said. One night stand. Jara. 2 months ago. You remember her? She had a few choice words to say about you. The drinks arrived. Cameron's friendly expression vanished. Perhaps I better go elsewhere? If my presence offends you. Oh no, Kiera said sweetly. Cameron, please stick around. The friend who is coming. I think she'll like to see you. A lot. Faye gaped incredulously at Kiera and Cameron, clearly not understanding the hostile tension. If I'm waiting for this Jara, I think it's best I go then, so I don't cause distress to her. I don't want drama. Cameron made to stand up. Kiera stood up with him. Look, sorry, it's not Jara who is coming. I was just being a little bitch because I've had to be dealing with her sobbing for a few weeks. I know you're not having a good time of things yourself. I promise you it'll be worth waiting. Cameron halted like a rabbit caught in headlights. The attempt at a hasty retreat to avoid potential drama vanished at Kiera's sudden pronouncement. How do you know what I've been going through? Kiera smiled. Friend of a friend. Look, here she is. Turning his head to look, Cameron saw none other than Venise stride through the entrance, clad in a long dress and tasseled feet. Her blue handbag swung at her hip. Upon spotting Kiera and Faye, she waved. Kiera enthusiastically pointed at Cameron. A cold sweat broke over his skin. Venise's eyebrows rose. Make sure he doesn't get away, she said. I am, Kiera assured her. Terror slivered through Cameron. Although he had never been left in a room alone with Venise before, he knew perfectly well what she was like, and that regarding her sister, she became a fire-breathing dragon capable of annihilating you in a single puff. However, despite his shrieking urge to flee, he also knew, dimly, that this might be his last chance to find some kind of reconciliation with Aleshia. With the weariness of a near-drowned man, he flopped back into the seat. Venise ordered a drink for herself and dragged a chair over to their table, expression furrowed in calculation. "You look like you're about to shit your pants," the 36-year-old remarked. "I'm not that scary. I certainly wasn't expecting to see you so soon here. I had no idea you liked this bar," Cameron confessed. "In all the years I've been here, I've never once spotted you. I've been coming here for the last few months. My sister introduced me to it. I believe you were the one who helped her find it." Venise, who had harder, less prone to smiling features than her sister, ditched the formalities and confronted Cameron directly. "What's this conversation going to be about?" Cameron folded his arms, staring back dispassionately. "I didn't come out here to be bludgeoned by what someone else did." Again, the poisonous words leaped to his tongue. He couldn't help it, couldn't suppress that bitterness and pride within. "Oh, I'm here to help you," Venise replied, jabbing a finger at him. "Strict intervention. Well, I was here to have a good night out with my friends, but you take priority, right now?" Puzzled, Cameron took the bait. Either he walked away or he didn't. Either he sorted things out or left perpetually confused and regretful. "All right, I'll listen to what you have to say. I warn you, though, I'm feeling mad. Really fucking mad for what has happened." "I know." Venise gave a small flick of her wrist. "I don't blame you. My sister is a complete idiot." Cameron blinked astonishment. He had been expecting Venise to flog him with reasons why Aleshia did what she did, and admonish him at the same time. He didn't anticipate this. "What? You heard me. My sister's an idiot. I love her to bits, and I support her choices, but she fucked up with you." Kiera slurped on her drink, with Faye still boggling in that vapid way of hers. Kiera leaned over to whisper into her ear, updating Faye on the situation. The rage inside Cameron dwindled in the face of Venise's admission, like a popped balloon. The pride that reared its monstrous head quietened into a low growl. "I wondered if it was my fault. Something I did," he said eventually. "I didn't understand. My sister was having a midlife crisis, you could say. It was like this. She liked you, but it happened fast, when she was barely weeks out of a damaging relationship. She wanted to believe you, but her former partners betrayed her trust. Peter, fucker that he was, truly did a number to her brain. Bigger than you realize." Cameron slowly nodded, digesting the information. "I heard about Peter, yes. I even saw some of the text messages. Thank fuck she deleted them," Venise said fervently. "She deleted?" Cameron scratched his chin, puzzled. "Didn't she say she was planning to let him have a chance with the baby?" Venise shrugged. "Yeah, I guess you weren't around for that part. Yes, she deleted him same day she decided to have her little meltdown. Babbled a lot of confusing things at me. How she didn't want to see you turn into Peter, or trap you in a shitty relationship and see you betray her, and wanted to keep the good memories and sort out her shit without just latching onto the next available person. Basically, a lot of bullshit excuses to try and justify the fact she was running away from you." The formidable woman tried out Kiera's drink, savoring the taste. She was too damn scared to be happy. A long silence pervaded, though it came pleasantly, without tension. Venise kept the half-smile on her lips. She saw appreciatively that Cameron seriously processed the words, clamping down his urges to argue, to rage. The realtor sighed and aggressively drank his gin, emptying it in 2 gulps. "I hated that she blanked me out. I thought we reached a kind of understanding. I told her about how I lacked responsibility, how I just drifted through my life, screwing and working and following my dad's footsteps. Then I felt something, something powerful for that woman. I considered things I never did. Was preparing myself to find a way to introduce her to my family. Then she vanished. She was wrong to freeze you out. It was a stupid, petty mistake on her part. She was afraid that hearing you speak would make her lose the little resolve she had, fall in love with you all over again, and then have the both of you in a relationship which would surely turn stale in a matter of months. And maybe you would freak out and run once you saw the baby. since seeing the nugget wriggle and ball is a hell of a lot different from saying you'll look after it on paper. Babies are hard work. Noisy. Messy. Venise chugged half her cherry beer. And though she had a lot of bullshit, there is a valid point somewhere. You've been frolicking your whole life with your bachelor shit. Dijon knew you as a party animal, humping anything that moved. A regular Lothario. Why risk such a huge change? And why slip back? The reference to his recent activities stung, and he rose to counter the statement, justify his behavior before allowing the impulse to die out. Venise wasn't entirely wrong. He did like flirting with the women. He did cast aside responsibility, taking the easy path his dad carved for him. Then Aleshia offered him a way to drastically change the cogs of his life. And when she vanished, "It's my drugs." He looked down at the table, where the little beer mats with their boot pictures lay scattered about. A way for me to forget what I'm thinking or feeling, whenever I feel bad. Really bad. It's easier to distract myself than to face it. He sighed. Wine and sheets. Means nothing. Doesn't fill up anything. Just lets me forget. Venise and Kiera nodded. Faye stared at him sympathetically. The server, passing their table, discreetly eavesdropped, catching onto the peculiar mood of their group. She made the first steps at last. She realizes just how much she fucked up. I'm not going to sit here and try and guilt trip you with what happened last week. I just want you to know if you still, somehow in your mind, want to make this work, you have a short window to make it happen. Before she decides once and for all to close up in her shell. If you haven't already given up, do it. And stop breaking other people's hearts, Kiera added helpfully. Once again, if he could trust Aleshia somehow, the ball of responsibility had bounced back into his side of the court. I don't know if I can stop myself from being mad. I might turn up at her door, see her face, and just lash out. You might, Venise agreed, without a hint of disapproval. But you might not. Lord knows you two have some shit to work through. And it'll be a huge, sudden change for both of you. It may be too much. It may be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Equally, it might be the best fucking choice you've made. A wry smile lit Cameron's mouth. I can drink to that. He raised his glass, prompting the server to fuel him up with another round. For the rest of the evening, they stuck together, talking, and Cameron slowly revived himself from the fog clouding his mind for the past 4.5 months. It wasn't as if the future had suddenly burst through the confusion and shone light into his face. But he did muster determination, enough to give things one last chance. They had been so close, coming into contact in Miami, even though the timing for Aleshia bordered on insane. Even though Cameron lingered at a crossroads, seeing one life ahead where he flirted and romped his way to an early, unfulfilling death, and the other revealing Aleshia, which had slammed shut on pristine hinges. Now that door cracked open a fraction. At 10 in the evening, Cameron bade the women goodbye and strode with single-minded determination to Aleshia's house, too tipsy to risk driving by himself. Liquid courage rested in his stomach, along with the biting, invasive fear that when he knocked on Aleshia's door once more, silence would answer back. Venise's intervention said nothing Cameron hadn't already suspected, but it did bring clarity to the troubled recesses of his mind. Approaching Aleshia's house, the one he sought so hard to find for her, he hesitated, examining the half-moon in the dark sky. A cool breeze ruffled his shirt, and he patted down his hair, even though there wasn't much to smooth off. The light of the room beyond the balcony illuminated the otherwise dark-colored house. Standing in front of her house, Cameron took 3 deep breaths. Then, raising his fist, he rapped on the door twice, waited 10 seconds, then did it again. He craned his ears for the tantalizing sound of Aleshia's feet, tapping along the wooden floorboards. A scratch of nails followed as she fumbled for the door handle, opened it inwards, and registered the sight of her visitor. Curiosity evolved into utter shock. Cameron noted her bulging stomach, with the belly button sticking out. He noticed how harassed and tired she looked. Beautiful. Words. He needed words. None came out. They just ogled each other, clueless. He forced sentences out his throat. Aleshia, I'm sorry for my reaction last week. I'm angry as hell at you. I'm furious and hurt you just cut me out without bothering to consult me, or dropping me a word as to why. I had to find it out from others. His hands balled into fists. He ignored her terrified expression, tried to not let it register in his brain the dried tear streaks on her face. And frankly, I'm still mad, and I still don't fully understand. But I do know that despite this stupid, fucked up thing that happened, I still love you. I still want you in my life. I shouldn't have reacted as I did when you finally came. Aleshia said nothing. The breeze danced around them, filling up the silence. Cameron continued, slightly rushed. I want to try and make things work. I want to try and share the task with you of doing something radical, different, but yet so right. You feel right for me. This feels right. And, if you'll have me, I'll be happy to consider marriage. I can see us together. I want to marry you. Cameron almost gasped at his confession, even as it bolted from his lips like a speeding hare. Had he really just said that? He wasn't even considering mentioning the thought when he came. It spewed out of him, unsolicited, unexpected. He clapped a hand over his mouth. Aleshia opened her mouth to respond, but halted when a splashing noise interrupted her attempt to speak. At first, Cameron didn't understand. It wasn't raining. Then he looked below, even as Aleshia did with sheer bemusement, and saw a watery puddle under her feet, transparent liquid dripping down her legs. They raised their eyes to meet again. You have got to be fucking kidding me, Cameron said. At this, Aleshia let out a hysterical giggle. Kidding is one way to put it across, yeah. My fucking timing. Jesus. What do I do? My car's by the bar. I'm too tipsy to drive you. Shit. Let me call the hospital. Cameron rummaged for his phone, testing 3 different pockets until he fished it out. I liked the speech, though. It was very moving. I got all watery. Aleshia's giggling escalated into full-blown, howling laughter. Before she winced from a contraction, she had to kneel down, wrapping arms around her stomach. I'm crazy. This is crazy. You couldn't have come at a worse time. She gritted her teeth, breathing hard. I appear to be making a habit of that, Cameron mumbled. But before he dialed the number, Aleshia stopped him. Wait, the midwife I spoke to about this said that I shouldn't go to the hospital until my contractions are around 5 minutes apart. The baby isn't going to suddenly shoot out. Cameron, still trying to push Aleshia's fingers away to make the call. Well, I still think we should call. Aleshia winced again. I've been getting contractions before, but they haven't been 5. Fuck it. Cameron punched in the number, made the call, and after answering questions between them, helped comfort and soothe Aleshia until the ambulance came.
Chapter 10. 3 days later, Aleshia was discharged from the hospital. The experience there tumbled in a haze of pain, stress, and confusion. Cameron Lovell stuck by her side as she was first wheeled in. Through the pain and technobabble of everyone around her, Aleshia discovered she had already started her labor, though her water hadn't broken as a precursor toward the event. Aleshia should have been in contact with her midwife more regularly than she had been, regarding the contractions. The doctors, concerned of complications, wanted her in early, and kept watch over her as her body eased itself into the process. Cameron needed to go at one point. He was not allowed to stay with her overnight, and he had work. He did come in with Venise and Dijon the next day, and plans had been arranged for Aleshia's mother to fly over. The flights at such short notice cost a lot, though the price got upfront by Cameron, with some resistance since Venise and Dijon planned to do the honors themselves. There was a lot of waiting, and the labor itself lasted around 14 hours, until in a push of exhaustion and agony, her baby made his entrance into the world. She was allowed to cuddle her child for a few minutes, before he got whisked off for the postpartum examinations. The most important people in her life waited outside the delivery room. The group included her wonderful, aging mother, flown down less than a day after the water breaking, Dijon and Venise, who had cancelled everything on the spot to be there for her sister, and Cameron, still unsure of his place, being studied by Aleshia and Venise's mother. The experience felt less magical than she wanted, and more like she was cattle being herded, her baby already being placed into the cogs and grind of society, before he even had a chance to take in the world around him. The wailing that belted out of his little lungs was perfectly understandable. A flood of empathy accompanied her, regarding the tiny infant. "Took your time," her mother said, an almost insane smile stretching her cracked lips. Gail Washington, a tiny slip of a woman compared to her towering daughters, pulled Cameron closer to her, to keep a tight inspection of the new man in Aleshia's life. Pangs of guilt throbbed through Aleshia. She never updated her mother on the chaos of any men in her life. She failed to mention Cameron at all, so brief their stint had been before she tried to shove him away. It didn't help they only reunited barely minutes before her membrane ruptured. There would be questions. Right now, in the wake of the new arrival, the questions remained corked. "Mother, I took exactly 9 months. I'm not sure what you were expecting," Aleshia said, exhausted but elated beyond measure to see the woman there. "My beautiful grandson. I can't wait to hold him." Gail squinted up at Cameron, patting his arm. "Nice-looking young man here. Nice name, too. Cameron. How did you get pulled into our side of the world, eh?" She gave him a friendly, affable wink. Cameron shrugged, nervous but keen to make a good impression with the woman. "By accident. I believe the term whirlwind romance applies here." "Yes. Yes. A pregnant woman. Takes a special kind of man to decide he wants to stick by. I like you, boy. You'll go far. I'll be watching, as well." "Mom, don't scare him." "I already did that a few days ago," Venise interjected. "You know he paid for the trip." "Yes. What a wonderful, nice young man." Her eyes welled up with tears. "I want photos. Photos of my baby girl holding her son. Of you two together," she indicated Cameron and Aleshia, "and of all of us in the frame." Gail, among other things, stored thousands of photographs in boxes in her Minnesota home. It was something of an obsession of hers, to document as much of her and her family's lives in pictures, seeing the changes, the places, and the moments they shared. "When my memory gets old and frail, I want to have them in front." "Yes, Mom," Venise said, with a hint of exasperation. "We'll do that." She walked over to her sister and held hands with Aleshia for a short while. Gail did the same, creating a memory of the mother and daughters together. Aleshia didn't bother with much conversation, the cocktail of painkillers already befuddling her mind. She did know, however, seeing everyone there filled her with indescribable happiness. The warmth of her family's hands grasped in her fingers, with Cameron and Dijon hovering anxiously nearby, felt like an impossible dream come true. The only thing missing from the scene was her son. She drifted in and out of sleep, vaguely aware that the exhaustion might be an issue for the first few months of her new life. Back at home, she cradled her son in her arms, staring into the toffee-pigmented baby's astonishing blue eyes. He didn't fuss much at this moment, though the heavy world of motherhood was already crashing around Aleshia. She needed to put her freelancing projects on hold. She barely held the energy to focus on writing and marketing when she couldn't sleep for more than 2 hours at a time. She recalled her mother's subsequent burst of tears when Aleshia announced the name of the child, Ezra Washington. The name of her late father, who did everything in his power to provide for his family the best life possible, even at the eventual cost of his health and an early death. It was one of the sadder testaments to their existence that his life insurance contributed more than most of the time he had worked, but again, it also showed the remarkable, draconian efforts he invested into his family. Preserving his legacy in a name was the least Aleshia could do. Ezra blinked sleepily. His mouth parted in a yawn, and a squeak skittered out of his throat. He started twitching small, stubby fingers. Aleshia identified the gesture and brought her son close to nurse. The worries and fears tumbled out in place of the immediate attention of the newborn. Exhaustion hovered at the edges of her consciousness, and she chose a careful position to rest in so that if she fell asleep, Ezra would not be in danger of falling off or being squashed. She managed to nod off for an hour and woke up to the sound of someone knocking on her door. With a grunt of exertion, she got up, cradling her now dozing son, pulled her specially padded bra, designed for breastfeeding mothers, courtesy of Venise, and slowly went for the door. She checked for signs of dizziness, making sure she had things to hold on to, and made the journey without trouble. Opening the door greeted her with Cameron Lovell, who smiled sheepishly from the entrance. Rain trickled down from light gray clouds, leaving spots of damp on his floral-patterned shirt. "Hey. Do you have any visitors now? Do you mind if I come in? Come in. Come in. I'm expecting Mother and Venise around later. I think Mother's been shopping around Miami, trying to pick out new baby clothes for Ezra. I also believe Venise has been assisting." "That sounds like quite the undertaking," Cameron said with a grin, stepping inside. When he saw Aleshia sway slightly, he instantly stabilized her by the shoulders. "Thanks. I'm gonna go and make you a coffee, if you want." "No, please. Sit down. I'll make it myself. One for you, too? Please." Aleshia didn't protest the gesture. She sat back down on the sofa, where an impression of her previous sleeping position had crinkled into the leather surface. She watched Cameron patter around, neatening things and sorting out the drinks in lazy joy. She loved the sight and hoped they would share many more days like this. Seeing him here made her feel complete. Why had she ever tried to push him away? Why did she allow the doubts to consume her? "Aren't you supposed to be working today?" Aleshia continued scrutinizing Cameron, once again noting the delicious contours of his body, the way muscles flexed and moved under his shirt. His hair appeared damp, along with a stain on the top of his shirt and the flecks of damp. She glanced outside the balcony, reflecting the light drizzle of rain in the warm, tropical day, which had the peculiar effect of pulling down her mood. She wondered if she would feel this tired if the sun blazed like a beacon instead of hiding behind gloom clouds. "I've taken 2 weeks off. I've not booked any holidays yet, so I have a few to use up," he said. Aleshia took the opportunity to take her son to his cot upstairs, away from the boiling kettle, and tucked him tenderly into his covers. She took the baby monitor from the side to help check on him even when she wasn't in the same room, kissed his forehead, and re-entered the living room. "That makes you sound like a workaholic," she observed, placing the active baby monitor on the coffee table. Quiet breathing could be heard if she placed her ears close enough to it. "Not really. How's everything been so far? How's your family been dealing with you since you got back?" "They're all over me," Aleshia said sourly. "Venise insists on cooking for me each day, wanting the best for mother and son. My mother has brought me about 1,000,000 different supplements which she expects me to chug down 3 times a day. And due to the frivolous nature of my freelancing position, Venise practically wants me to live at her house for the next year. My mother's even offered to arrange things to stay here for a few months so she can help me with her considerable experience of how to survive motherhood. I love my mother, but I'm not sure that's a great idea." "It's brilliant," Cameron said, his rugged, movie star features becoming animated. "I love that your family is willing to go to the moon to make sure everything works out. It's a blessing." Aleshia blushed. "It is. I sometimes feel like they're just nosing around, making my life a lot busier and complex than what it would be without them. But if I fall, they'll be there. Always." Bringing 2 complete mugs of coffee, Cameron rested them on 2 wayward boot coasters, given as a kindly gesture from the owners of the establishment. He sank next to Aleshia, and she cuddled up to him, breathing in his salt air scent, triggering all the pleasure synapses in her brain. Oh, how she had missed his presence, his scent, his feel. She mentally kicked herself for denying this slice of happiness. She had a lot to make up for. I wish the child was yours, Aleshia said, suddenly. Biologically yours. Cameron twitched one eyebrow in an unspoken question. I feel like things would be easier, then. It worries me that I'll look at little Ezra, and I'll keep wishing that he was yours. Because I feel like this is where I'm meant to be. Where I should have always been. Blowing on the steaming mug of coffee, Cameron took his time to answer. Ezra may not biologically be mine, but that doesn't mean I can't be a father to him. You shouldn't need to worry about how he came here. You should only worry about whether we'll be good enough parents to deal with him. But why? Aleshia gave him imploring eyes. How can you be so fine with this? I still can't wrap my head around it. We just collided into each other and didn't want to break apart. I almost fucked that up, but we're here, and you're fine with this. Why? The realtor suspected the question was more rhetorical, but he gave voice to it anyway. At this point, Aleshia's head rested on his lap, and he twirled her hair around his finger, smiling in a dreamlike way, as if he couldn't believe what was happening either. I can't possibly describe it as anything else but like a key fitting into a lock. Like everything that didn't make sense before is better for everything, now. I, broke the news to my parents as well. Oh. Did you? How did that go? Aleshia reached up to stroke underneath his chin, not bothering to move out of her comfortable position to get her beverage. She imagined the experience as being awkward for Cameron, wondered if a look of horror might have scrawled itself across his mother's face, or whether his father had shook his head, lamenting his son's choice. They took it. Better than expected, Cameron admitted. I had to talk things over with them for some hours. I think my mother's just relieved I'm gone from a Lothario to someone who will try out the happy family card. My dad is struggling to understand why I would commit to you and a child in such a short amount of time. He wooed my mother the traditional way, proposing to her after 2 years of dating. Neither of them are treating me like a pariah, so that's something. That's good. That's really good. I hope they'll like me when they see me. Aleshia felt genuine happiness and relief for his parents' reaction. Oh, they will. They will. He kissed Aleshia's nose, kneading his palm gently into her back. I'm not looking forward to learning to change diapers, though. Ugh. Aleshia laughed, dragged his head closer, and engaged him in a deep, mouth-to-mouth kiss.
Hi there. Unfortunately, we've had to take this steamy scene out as it's against YouTube's terms of service.
If you don't want to miss out on love scenes in future stories, check the description and join Romancely Audio Velvet. If you're already a member, the love scene references, I've Got You, Chapter 10, Love Scene 2.
Okay, back to the story.
I sure missed you, Aleshia breathed, kissing Cameron once more. I missed you too. For all of my life, I've been missing you. The romantic words sent a thrill of delight. Maybe I can say the same for you. And perhaps I can say the same for Ezra. I love that little shit, though I think he's going to give me eye bags. You have your family to help. You have me. Cameron said this with complete sincerity, voice and eyes unwavering. They stared for a long while, peaceful. They then nuzzled noses. Aleshia grinned like an idiot. Please feel free to slap me if I start getting insecure. Well, not actually slap. But you know what I mean. Would it make you feel more secure if I said I want to marry you? Because I did offer that, just before you decided to rupture yourself. Aleshia gaped, then, eyes brimming with tears, hugged Cameron tightly. I would love it. Would you? Do you mean it? Cameron Lovell, holding her close, whispered, Of course. I mean, I don't have a ring handy on me right now, but you'll be seeing one tomorrow. I love you, Aleshia. I want you to be in my life. And I want to do the best I can with little Ezra. He likes you, Aleshia said, unable to believe what was happening. Despite everything they had gone through, and the lines they had broken, this felt right. His proposal felt natural. She couldn't imagine taking on her future without this rare gem of a man. Poem dust motes stirred themselves into life. She kept thinking as they dressed, hearing gurgling noises crackle from the baby monitor, and went to check in on Ezra. Less than a week old, Ezra blinked sleepy eyes at them as they approached, making squeaking noises. Smiling, Aleshia watched as Cameron lifted Ezra as though he would break apart at any moment, relaxing when Ezra caught his eyes and made more gurgling sounds. Baby Blue/named for love. He doesn't seem distressed, does he? Cameron murmured, examining the baby. He tapped one long finger on Ezra's nose. When he rested it against the baby's hand, Ezra instinctively flexed, trapping Cameron with stubby tightness. Wow. Nice grip. You should be careful he doesn't take it off, Aleshia said, laughing. She resisted the urge to make cooing sounds, watching fondly as Cameron bonded with the baby. The three of us sent from above. Yes. This could work out. Aleshia had no idea what troubles the future would bring. How Cameron's parents would accept her. How they would work together, living in the same household. We were lost but we were found. Our souls they share a special sound. Right now, seeing Cameron cradle Ezra, who gurgled calmly, fascinated by Cameron's face, she believed things could work out. She believed they could be a family.
Epilogue. 6.5 months later. Above, the sun glared through the clouds. The water sparkled beneath, tucked between Miami Beach and the main shore. Aleshia Lovell tapped away on her laptop, angled in a way so she could watch Ezra out of the corner of her eyes and enjoy the heat of the summer. The balcony itself was secure enough to prevent a small, hyperactive baby from accidentally turning into a tomato stain, as the barrier reached over a meter high, but Aleshia worked inside with the doors locked shut. Ezra, donning a blue and white shirt and a bulging, freshly changed nappy, was making babbling noises and crawling slowly towards a large, fluffy bear. Ezra had figured out his new form of locomotion 4 days prior and focused on taking full advantage of it. He found if he placed his palms flat and kicked his legs, he could shift along the wooden floor. He needed feeding less frequently, slept long hours, and enjoyed trying to babble at Aleshia and Cameron, though he had not yet formed any coherent words. Venise and Gail both confirmed to Aleshia the words were coming. Venise had even thoughtfully bought her sister some earplugs for when the dreaded times of screaming and repeating words became the dominant thing in Aleshia's life. After all, Aleshia worked at home. She wasn't going to be escaping Ezra's company anytime soon. She didn't mind, though. The drooling, squeaking baby had wormed his way into her heart, and it felt good to actively care and look after another human being. She was no longer number one. Ezra, helpless and reliant on his mother, had overtaken that position. Cameron Lovell burst through the door of their home, carrying 2 bags of shopping from his trip back from work. She heard him scraping his sandals off in the entrance corridor and bustle into the living room, spotting Ezra raking the teddy bear towards himself. "Hey, honey, I see we're going to be tripping over the rugrats soon." He piled the bags on the kitchen surfaces, and Aleshia rose out of her chair to greet him with a quick peck on the cheek. A diamond ring glinted on her left hand, along with a golden band with a looping figure 8 pattern. Cameron wore a matching band, and he quickly scooped Aleshia into a warm hug. Venise tells me that Amy started crawling actively at 9 months. Though she did a lot of rolling on her tummy before then, sometimes pulling things close. Maybe he's going to be a genius. Or an Olympian athlete, Cameron said, grinning. He's certainly becoming more alert now. They both watched as Ezra, drawn to Cameron's voice, had started his slow, snail crawl to his father. He resembled a sort of wriggling fish as he persisted. Aleshia helped unload the chilled ingredients into the fridge and freezer respectively, whilst Cameron sorted out the cupboards. The food was nothing imaginative. Neither parent had particularly good cooking skills, but they were trying to learn, to try and be more productive, and not just live on takeouts and Venise cooking. How was work today? Aleshia scrunched up the shopping bags and placed them into a single cloth bag, which contained up to 30 others, all squished in. It made a loud rustling sound that startled Ezra. He fixated huge, unblinking eyes on the commotion, before resuming his glacial crawl toward Cameron. Could be better? Could be worse? Cameron said, taking out the stale, half-eaten slices of white from the bread bin and throwing it in the trash. The man who designed this house has completed another, and it's in our company to be sold. He's gone for something that looks like a church on the outside with the steeples, but with a high-tech futuristic aura inside. It's impressive. He asked about you. He did. Aleshia watched as Ezra finally reached Cameron and began tugging at his legs, fussing, until Cameron picked him up. Yeah, he likes to know what kinds of people choose his houses. I said you were a writer and that you wrote amazing poems. He wants you to write him one about the house. Aleshia laughed. Consider it done. They sat around the table where Aleshia worked amiably. Cameron scrolled through news articles on his phone, checking how the presidential campaign was going. Both he and Aleshia thought the debates that raged across television and sprung up by numerous concerned celebrity writers were a farce, and that the sides should stop trying to cripple one another and work together on concentrating on what America needed the most. In return, Aleshia removed herself from the sphere of politics, but enjoyed some of the discussions Cameron brought up. Her wide adventures on the internet led her to a variety of sites. Her current favorite thing to do was browse the platforms 9gag or Imager, where people shared stories or displayed funny pictures. She'd taken to linking some of the pictures to Cameron at work, and he took the time to send her one back in his free breaks. The current one on their Facebook messages showed a cat on a table glaring at the camera, before it deliberately knocked off a glass of water. Aleshia stared at the man before her, holding a gurgling Ezra in one arm as he scrolled, and smiled at the sheer luck her life had given her. 7 months since she had given birth. Gail returned to Minnesota shortly after postpartum, and came for a month trip when Ezra turned 3 months, just before Aleshia's wedding. She helped pass invaluable wisdom, along with Venise. Amy loved coming over to see her cousin, and insisted on calling him Erzy. In the arrangements for the small wedding affair they registered in a small chapel in southern Miami, with a minuscule audience. Meeting Cameron's parents a month before had been nerve-wracking, and seeing them in the chapel, along with 2 sets of grandparents, contrasting with her mother, Venise, and Dijon, Aleshia realized how small her family was. She didn't have aunts or uncles, or any living grandparents. All the family consisted of was her mother, sister with husband and child, and Cameron. Cameron's father, David, kept a careful, blank face when talking to Aleshia, betraying nothing of the thoughts or disapproval he might have held within. Breaking with tradition, Aleshia's mother led her daughter up the aisle. Aleshia wanted to invite her friend from Minnesota, but had not spoken in depth to the friend since her run-out state to Miami. Besides, Anna also still spoke to Peter, and Aleshia did not want Peter to get a whiff of her current position in life. If he knew she had married someone less than a year after breaking up with him, there would be murder. After the ceremony, Aleshia took the time to get to know Cameron's relatives better. Ezra slept soundly the whole time, guarded by Venise and Gail. Cameron's mother, Natasha, took Aleshia to the side at one point and gave her a well-meant hug. Strong, strawberry-scented perfume wafted into Aleshia's nostrils, and Natasha's long, dark hair gave a faint aroma of coconut. The contrasting scents momentarily baffled Aleshia. Christ knows, woman, my son's happier than he's ever been. I have my reservations. But from what I can see, you're a good person, and you care for your son well. And my son. Natasha at this point seized a tissue from her tiny handbag and dabbed at her eyes. Well, I was afraid he would never settle down. Look at him now. At this moment, Cameron was leaning down to Ezra's pram and pulling daft faces. He'll be a good dad. Natasha nodded. I'm happy he's with you, but between you and me, give us a few more grandchildren, eh? I want to see my son so swamped that he never thinks about returning to his old life again. Aleshia grinned at the older woman. Having been exposed to Vinny's audacity her entire life, Natasha gave her little cause for alarm. We might be able to arrange something like that. She detected the hidden message implied in the woman's words. She wanted a child of her own flesh and blood. Aleshia certainly wasn't opposed to more children. She did, however, plan to wait until Ezra was at least a year old before lightly putting across the idea to Cameron. Part of her worried that with a new child, Ezra would receive less attention and feel rejected and lonely. The bigger, more sensible part of her realized that she had nothing to fear. Even with Amy screeching out how bored she was, and then spending the next 3 hours drawing Ezra pictures and showing them to him, the wedding went smoothly. No noticeable road bumps in their path.
Oh no, another love scene had to be taken out due to YouTube's policies.
If you haven't already, join Romancely Audio Velvet to get love scenes for all stories.
Link to join is in the description. Pause this and do that.
It's okay, we'll wait.
If you're already a member, the love scene references, I've Got You, Epilogue, Love Scene 3.
Signed up?
Good, now back to the story.
Tapping her keypad, Aleshia frowned at the dust gathering in the corners of her laptop screen. She wet her finger and tried to wipe the grime off that way, leaving a color spectrum smear. Want a beer? Cameron offered, as he headed to the fridge, Ezra now starting to make small sounds of distress. Sure, that Belgian blonde stuff you like. Yup. He returned with 2 bottles, clinking them as he sat them on the table. What's wrong, little man? Hungry? Bored? He tapped Ezra on the nose, even as the child began flailing his limbs. Oh, put him near the teddy bear. Trust me. Aleshia reached for the beer as Cameron settled the little boy by the bear. Immediately, Ezra clutched onto the bear's fur and calmed down, before plucking at the bear like a needing cat. That bear was the best idea we've had, Cameron observed, as they clacked bottles together. Cheers. I won't disagree with you on that one. Her phone buzzed. A text message from Venice. Hey sista, come around later? We cooking lask. We're going to my sister's later, Aleshia declared. Oh, Cameron leaned over to check the message and sipped his beer. Yeah, we're going over later. I need to learn to cook that dish. It's useful, absolutely freaking delicious. Aleshia modified her words. She'd been trying to avoid saying fuck since the birth of Ezra, but still let them slip from time to time. But I'm fairly certain I'll create some unparalleled cooking disaster. You saw what happened with the steak. You did well with the macaroni and cheese, though. I like that. Cameron tried bolstering her feelings. I literally just poured the packet into a pan of boiling water and tossed in some milk and butter because it said so. Nothing complex about that. You added spices, salt and pepper, and even then I almost screwed it up. I tipped a whole pot of pepper on the table. I don't think cooking is ever going to be one of my talents. Cameron chuckled. Well, never say never. Maybe you just need to keep at it and not feel bad when you make mistakes. It should be fine. On the wooden floor, Ezra now tried dragging the large teddy behind him, whilst also reaching for another, smaller plush cat. After about a minute, he realized he should probably let go of the teddy and just go for the cat, and began his slow-motion part crawl, part flop again. Although Aleshia loved Cameron madly, intensely, to the point where she couldn't contemplate the future without him, she did find it irritating at times how flippant he acted with matters. She knew he preferred not stressing or worrying over things, but it did result in him shrugging off matters she believed ought to be considered. She figured in time that might cause a conflict of interest, since she was exactly the type to spend their nights awake, thinking about the things that made her afraid. On the other hand, she did also tend to stress out too much. So perhaps someone like Cameron in her life might mellow out the constant worries and doubts that always threatened. She'd written a few more poems during the new period of her life. She also inched further to completing that novel she started as a teenager. 2 chapters remained, though each time she opened the document, she ended up scrolling over previous chapters and tinkering with sentences and words in them, considering herself lucky if she managed to write anything longer than a paragraph into her last chapters. She didn't like endings, and never quite figured out how she wanted her novel to finish. Her previous efforts always lacked something. Now, deep in a relationship with someone she loved and desired, with the stress and amusement of baby-proofing the room so Ezra didn't try to pick things off the floor and stuff them in his mouth, she realized a different answer to her ending. Tempered by her new experiences in life, the image of it formed in her head, pooling like a dewdrop on a leaf. It was there. Cameron and Aleshia struck up quiet conversation, needing nothing more than company and presence. Their hands met across the table and stayed interlocked for a while, though it made drinking the beer awkward. Over at Vinny's house, the lasagna lay in the oven, in the last stage of cooking before everyone devoured it. Vinny sat next to her sister at the dining table as Dijon and Cameron talked on the sofas, gesturing enthusiastically about their opinions on America's future. Amy, small, bright-eyed, and taking her position as cousin with a gravely air, tried to disengage Ezra's grabby hands from her hair. He tugged at it, likely because Amy held the same color as the giant teddy bear back home, and the sisters eyed their children, to make sure the playing didn't escalate into violence and bawling. "I have 1 set of good news and 2 sets of bad news," Venise said, above the noise of the humming oven. "Which would you like to hear first?" Aleshia examined her sister, who had barely aged since she hit her late 20s. There were extra frown lines on the sides of her mouth, a wrinkle between her eyes more prominent than before, but Venise still retained her beauty. "Bad news. I like it out the way so I can be lifted by the good stuff." "All right, sista. Bad news is this. First, Peter knows." Something clamped around Aleshia's heart, like a trap slamming shut. "Ah, shit," she managed, though fear coursed a river through her. "How does he?" Venise kept her expression unfathomable as she continued. "Mom told Anna about Cameron and about Ezra. She didn't think she was doing anything bad, of course, since Anna was one of your best friends in Plymouth. But, as you know, Anna knows Peter." Rubbing her temple, Aleshia closed eyes to think. She remembered Anna had always liked Peter. Another sliver of fear instilled itself. "Oh no, I think I can guess what the second piece of bad news is." "You probably can," Venise said, sorrowful. "Peter is dating Anna. People haven't been seeing much of her recently, so I can only imagine she's being lured into his web." Aleshia felt physically sick. "That fucker. You know he's doing it to get back at me." "Yup. I bet you he thinks if he can bait your friend, you'll come rushing back, either with jealousy or out of concern for Anna. I don't doubt he enjoyed hearing the news of you being with a new man." "I suspected something." Aleshia recalled the innocuous nature of Anna's contacts via Facebook and text. "She's been reaching out to me a lot more often, and I've been responding as kind. But she's also been asking for personal details, which I've been kinda reticent on, because I don't want her to know anything. God, to think Peter might be putting her up to this." Aleshia groaned, retracting fingers into fists. "My biggest concern is that Anna is going to be seriously fucked up, because Peter is a psychopath. Maybe he can change his spots, maybe he can't. But until I see evidence to the contrary, he's not someone you want anyone dating." "I can see Amy dating Cameron when she grows up," Venise said. "What?" Aleshia glanced towards Amy, who was now playing peekaboo with Ezra. He giggled maniacally each time she uncovered her face. "I can also see her dating someone like Dijon or someone like our father. Good men. That's the best way to see it. If you can picture your child grown up, you need to picture what sort of man you'd like them to be with. If Amy dated someone like Peter, I'd be afraid for her life." Mulling the implications, Aleshia nodded. "I guess that makes sense. I've just not really thought of it that way." I don't picture Ezra dating anyone, just when I'm next going to change his diaper or quell his next tantrum. Venise smiled. The point is that I think we need to try and help Anna at some point. And I think the only way you can help her is by opening up, giving her the information even if Peter accesses it as well, and try and make her see the truth before it's too late, because no one wants to see someone they love in the clutches of someone who will cripple them. Now gnawing on the yellowed edges of her knuckles, Aleshia contemplated the idea as her heart shriveled further. She never wanted to contact or come within poking distance of Peter again. However, someone she knew, someone she had grown up with, now cast her lot with him. Did she leave Anna alone to make her choices? It's my fault. I never told her anything about what he was doing. I was always too scared. I just upped and left and didn't talk to anyone. I probably hurt her, and she's kind. She probably listened to Peter's sob story. Fuck. I don't want to think about this right now. Will you help her or not? It's gonna be a yes or no, Ollie. She hesitated for a moment, sifting her brain through the awful fact that she couldn't abandon her friend. She needed to make up for leaving her without a word. I will. I don't want to go near him, but I will. Even if she doesn't listen, I'd feel like a leper if I didn't try anything. I gotta tell Mom. I'll have to explain to Cameron. He'll listen. And Mom is closest. Might be best to ask her if she'd be willing to take in Anna, if Anna smells the danger and tries to get out. Yeah. Aleshia nodded vigorously. Yeah, good idea. Ugh. I know. It's brave of you. Venise hugged her sister before checking the lasagna, opening the oven door so the smell of cooking, spiced meat with cheese wafted out. I suppose you want the good news now? Please. Or I might not be able to stomach your lasagna. Amy and Ezra both squealed. They were now tugging at a rattle. Cameron flicked a glance to check the commotion and winked at Aleshia. Oh no, can't have that. All right then. The good news. She lowered her voice. I've tested pregnant. Dijon doesn't know yet. I'm thinking of some dramatic way to spring it on him, and I want your help. We gotta drop it on Mom as well. Aleshia clasped a palm to her lips, suppressing an excited, unladylike giggle. Serious. Serious. Looks like Ezra will have a small playmate, and Amy's going to be up to her eyeballs in younger relatives. You wanted to have more, too. Yeah, but I've not dropped the bomb on Cameron yet. His mother is desperate for me to start churning them out. She played the flesh and blood card. Venise trilled a laugh. Oh, that's just excellent. I'm so happy for you. Ah. Aleshia crushed her sister in a hug until Venise started making pretend choking noises and swatted Aleshia's back. Both adult women then decided that now was an appropriate time to start jumping up and down, grinning into each other's faces and squealing. This is gonna be amazing. I think maybe you should have like a treasure hunt that leads to the positive results of the pregnancy test. And maybe we should have Mom on video call so she can watch the whole thing. Let's list these ideas down. I better go check on the food, but we're brainstorming tonight. Aleshia. Both men stared at the inexplicably hyper women, wearing identical expressions of bemusement. Bubbling with joy, Aleshia watched her sister pull out the delicious, cheese-frothed lasagna dish. She would need to deal with the ominous shadow of Peter later and figure out how to signal to her friend the dangers. Anna required help, but without Aleshia seeming intrusive. Aleshia wanted Cameron in on the plan to understand these new developments. Right now, however, she shared in her sister's joy and wonderful news, because even with the bad that came, something good could be found. Ezra was one, Cameron another. She just needed to look hard enough to discover it. If you want more BWWM romances like this, please, my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.